also greet the colleagues that have joined and all the observers that have registered to observe today's proceedings. And thank you for making time to attend this public hearing. I just want to check first before I proceed whether all my colleagues have managed to join before I proceed with the hearing. If you can bear with me for a minute or so. Mr. Mabunda, please confirm if all the members have joined, as I cannot start without ensuring that members are in the call. Thank you, Mr. Gumede. I can see that you are in. Just want to check my other colleagues. I show of yes, Advocate Sithole. Just want to check Mr. Mkhize.
Oh, Chairperson, I've not been raising a hand. I've just been doing a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. It seems all the members have joined, and welcome, members. My name is almost 100 minutes. Can you please mute yourself? My name is Nomfundo Maseti, and I am the full-time regulator member responsible for gas at NERSA. And I'll be presiding over today's hearing on all the applications that were lodged with NERSA by Karpowership. And just to confirm that today's hearing is about the merits of those applications that are before us. I'd like to also take the opportunity to introduce to you the other members of the panel who are members of the energy regulator who are going to participate and ask questions of clarification from the presenters today. As I indicated, my name is Nomfundo Maseti, and I have with me Mr. Nhlanhla Gumede, who is the full-time regulator member responsible for electricity at NERSA. Mr. Gumede, if you can please show yourself, and then you may also deactivate your video later on.
Chairperson, good afternoon. Unfortunately, I have a challenge today. I've got a limited connectivity, so I'll not be able to actually show my face, but thank you.
Thank you. I can confirm that it is the sound of your voice, so we are quite comfortable with that. And just to give comfort to stakeholders that we're dealing with the right person, it will be Mr. Gumede that is asking the questions when we get to the hearing itself. So moving on to Mr. Mkhize, Mr. Muzuvukile Mkhize, who is the full-time regulator member responsible for the petroleum pipelines at NERSA. Mr. Mkhize, if you can just wave there just to greet the stakeholders.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Moving on to then the introduction of my colleague, Advocate Nomalanga Sithole, who is the full-time regulator member at NERSA, as well as the CEO of NERSA and the member of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee. Mr. Sithole, if you may please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Members, as well as the stakeholders, I would like to then proceed informing you that the hearing was duly advertised in the business day, as well as the Daily Dispatch, Build, and on the NERSA website. And today's hearing will be conducted in accordance with the Energy Regulator, the National Energy Regulator Act, and in which the affected parties are then given the opportunity to submit their views and present relevant facts as well as evidence with the regulator. Such facts and evidence are meant to assist the regulator in arriving at the right decision in terms of the applications that are before us today. And I would like to also emphasize that today's hearing is governed in terms of the National Energy Regulator of South Africa rules, as well as procedures that we have developed as an organization. And such rules and procedures will be summarized for you today, just for convenience, so that you understand how we are going to conduct today's procedures. would like to request that all parties make their presentations under oath, and will then deal with those or will handle those that have challenges in taking the oath. And also presenters have been allocated 20 minutes each, as well as 35 minutes that has been allocated to the applicant, as we believe that all stakeholders that are here today will have to gain or benefit from the merits of those applications and responses that will be provided by the applicant. Only members of the panel may ask questions to the presenters. However, if there are members of the public that may want to ask questions or clarification, they may do so by sending an email about the questions that they would like the panel to pose to the presenter. Send that to Mr. Walter Mabunda. The email has been provided, and the panel will then look into those questions and decide how we may phrase and deal with the questions so that we get the clarification that is required from the presenter concerned. Should presenters wish to present information they consider to be confidential, please inform the chairperson so that we can then be able to decide whether or not there's a need to hear or to proceed to hear that confidential information in a closed session, and therefore we'll clear the room or go to a separate link so that we can be able to allow the presenter to address us on that information. The recordings of this hearing, or the recording of this hearing, it is recorded by microphones, and that will be the official record of today's meeting. The House rules for this meeting are as follows. We request that you switch off your cell phone or put it on silent, please, and please mute yourself at all times. Only the presenters will be allowed to unmute as well as activate their camera during the presentation. And please make sure that you don't answer any phones and interrupt today's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received 8 requests to present, and we'll start with the delegates from Karpowership. If Karpowership can then prepare themselves to come forward for the presentation. If you can activate your video, those that are from Karpowership that are going to give us the presentation, please. Can you please activate your video? I've got several names here, and I'm not sure which one is going to present. Hence, I'm requesting that the person from Karpowership, please activate your video if you are going to do the presentation. Okay, not sure if I'm going to pronounce the name correctly. I think we have the name of Mehmet Katmer. Okay. Correct. All right, thank you very much. All right, do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. May you please raise your right hand and declare that the facts and evidence that you are going to provide to this hearing today is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record, please, and your position at Karpowership SA.
My name is Mehmet Katmer, and I'm a director in Karpowership, South Africa.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any other colleague that is going to assist you with your presentation today, so that I can also proceed with swearing that person in?
Not for the presentation, but maybe if the questions goes a little bit more technical, I might ask for assistance from my team. But for the presentation, I'll do myself.
All right, thank you very much. You may proceed, sir, with your presentation then.
Okay, just a moment. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet, is not showing yet. Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll start. Good day to the panel chairperson, members of the NERSA panel, sector stakeholders, and valued members of the public. Thank you very much for having us here today to explain our projects and our gas license application. We really appreciate the opportunity to present to this forum. Today, I'll be covering all 3 project sites which our gas license applications have been submitted. And our presentation will be covering an overview of each of the necessary license areas, our technology, and how we will be utilizing LNG. We acknowledge that there might be a number of questions related to our project and our technology, and especially considering this is a new chain of activities for the South African market. We hope that today we will be able to engage more deeply on the innovations and benefits of our project, and we look forward to a transparent and constructive process. Without further ado, let me begin my presentation. First of all, why are we here today? We are here today to discuss or to present our applications for gas licenses for all of our 3 projects. We try to demonstrate the applications from a project structure, project schema. If you look to our typical project structure, there are 2 important units in this project. One is the Karpowership, the other is the floating storage and regasification unit, which the abbreviation is FSRU. From last year, we have applied for generation license and distribution license. Last year, for the Karpowership site, we have acquired all our generation licenses for all 3 projects, and we have recently get our distribution license as well. So these parts of the project, from the Karpowership on, we got the necessary licenses. The discussion here today entails the parts for FSRU and for the gas pipeline. So we have applied for a license to operate a gas storage facility, which is the first mission of FSRU, which is storing LNG. Second license that we have applied for is a license to operate a regasification facility, which I will go more into details of what does that mean. Third license we have applied. If you see the drawing, there is the connection between the FSRU and the Karpowership is a gas pipeline. So we have applied for a license to construct a pipeline, gas pipeline. That's the third license. Fourth license we have applied is to operate that gas pipeline, which is called a gas distribution facility. And the fifth license that we have applied for is for the trade between the FSRU and the Karpowership, trade license. So these are the license that we have applied for. And given that there are now some new stakeholders in the audience today, it's my pleasure to introduce Karpowership first and then Karpowership South Africa. Given the time constraints that we have, I will not go into too much detail into what we have laid out in the previous public hearings for our generation licenses, but I'm very happy to point people in the right direction if they are keen to hear more about these areas. So these are the 5 licenses that we have applied for our 3 projects, each of them separately. Now, I would like to briefly talk about Karpowership. The company was established in 1948, and we have been in the energy space since 1996. And today, we specialize in floating power generation assets, which we call Karpowerships, and LNG to power projects. We have 2,600 people from 21 different countries. And our diversified portfolio includes renewables, our core business Karpowership, as well as LNG assets. We operate across 4 different continents with a total size of 5,000 megawatt installed capacity. What I would like to especially elaborate more is what we have accomplished in the last 7 months since the previous public hearing. Similar to South Africa, similar to RMIPP program that we have participated, there has been many tenders all around the world. As the world tries to recover COVID-19 effects, power demand started to pick up and economy started to function again. As a result of these international tenders that we have participated, we are awarded a couple of new tenders. One is Ivory Coast, the other one is Brazil, and we have signed our recent business-to-business B2B contract with a French territory called New Caledonia. But I think 2 of these projects are very relevant. First, Brazil. Brazil power generation mix is heavily dependent on hydro. In the last couple of quarters, there has been dry seasons. And in order to reach energy security, Brazil has announced a couple of tender rounds. And as Karpowership, we have been awarded 560 megawatts LNG to Powership project, which consists of 4 Powerships and 1 FSRU. Powerships are already delivered in South Africa, to Brazil, and our FSRU has left Singapore and it's on its way to Rio, to Brazil. We have been awarded this project in November last year, and we are planning to reach commercial operation state. We are planning to start operations by hopefully June this year. And we are following all due processes in Brazil, including an environmental approval. That's one project which I think was very relevant to our issue here. The other is another interesting project is in New Caledonia. New Caledonia is an island in the Pacific where 10% of world nickel reserves are located. Our project, again, is compliant to all French regulation, because in the island French regulation applies, including environmental regulations. And hopefully we will start this operation by August this year. As we have been working tirelessly to reach financial close for the RMIPP program, we are also about to deliver similar solutions all around the world. And if you look to this map, we have a broad range of projects underway across numerous regions with different power demands. And we always work to ensure to deliver the requirements of each specific region. So that's Karpowership. I'm moving on to Karpowership South Africa. So some words about Karpowership South Africa. First of all, Karpowership South Africa, Karpowership SA, is 49% Black-owned and women-empowered BBBE entity. Our obviously mission is to facilitate and accelerate the transition to cleaner fuels while continuously working towards improving the environmental baseline. On the RMIPP program, which we are working day and night to reach financial close and deliver these 3 projects, we are also constantly monitoring other opportunities in South African market, especially in the renewable space. One of the important criteria for the award of our RMIPP program was economic development. And job creation is one very important segment of economic development criteria. We believe, especially with the LNG and gas economy, which these projects will create in those 3 locations, the number of jobs that will be created are much bigger than the direct employment opportunities in our projects. This is a significant opportunity to South Africa and something we believe that all the stakeholders should be pushing for. And regarding the net zero emissions, in 2020, the South African government called for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. As Karpowership SA, we support government's ambition in this area, and we believe LNG will play a vital role in South Africa's transition to net zero emissions. As the licenses that we are applying here is for LNG, of course, I need to say a couple of words for LNG before I move to the technology. Around the world, more countries announced net zero emission targets, similar to South Africa, and adding pressure to decarbonize energy systems. As a reliable, available, and low emission energy source, gas has an important role in supporting this transition, both as a partner to renewables for grid stability and an immediate option to lower emissions in hard to electrify sectors. LNG is a key role to play here, replacing diesel and coal and supporting economic growth. The volatility in the energy prices that we see shows us how energy market can destabilize quickly without sufficient reliable supply. Last year showed just how crucial gas and LNG are in providing communities around the world with the energy they need as they strive to get back on track following the difficulties caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Here you can see the map of LNG liquefaction terminals where LNG is produced and exported, and also regasification and receiving terminals around the world where the LNG is imported. And in order to transport LNG, there are around 600 vessels to carry those, and there are further 35 new vessels that are currently being built in shipyards around the world. Since the first LNG export from Algeria to UK and France in 1964 and 65, commercial LNG now has expanded to involve 44 importing markets and 12 exporting countries by the end of 2021. LNG now accounts for more than half of the international natural gas trade. LNG's safety, reliability, and flexibility, I think, are widely recognized in the industry, and it has become an indispensable energy to support world's decarbonization while enabling integration of renewables and substitution of coal and other traditional fuels in power. So overall, demand for LNG now is expected to cross 700 million tons by 2040, which represents a 90% increase. So more importantly, I think that's what I need to touch upon. After the current crisis between Russia and Ukraine, we see the importance of LNG from an energy security point of view. Today, countries in Europe are competing against each other to secure FSRUs in order to reduce their dependence on pipeline gas. So we believe LNG has a key role to play. And as an example, Brazil, for example, tripled imports of LNG during 2021 because of dry weather led to weaker hydropower generation. So from an energy security perspective, we think reducing emissions and economic growth in South Africa will drive the future demand for LNG. Now, some words about the technology. As previously described, the licenses we have applied are mainly for FSRU operations and gas pipeline construction and afterwards operation. So the typical cycle in LNG, the LNG carrier brings the liquefied natural gas, which is minus 163 degrees cold, and delivers to FSRU. And the FSRU, which is number 2 in this drawing, stores LNG and then converts the LNG to gas state before transferring the fuel to Karpowership. The conversion process is called as regasification. What is regasification? We basically heat the liquid to convert to gas state. Then the gas is pumped to Karpowership, and Karpowership converts the gas to electricity using our reciprocating engine technology on board the vessel, and then we send the power to the national grid. On the right corner, it's a typical general layout of one of our FSRUs, which I'll show you more in detail. This is a picture of the FSRU called Karmol LNGT Karpowership Asia, which is an FSRU in our joint venture with Japanese Mitsui Osaka Lines, which is the biggest Japanese LNG shipping company. As you can see in this picture, in this photo, there are 4 storage tanks on the FSRU, and there is this regasification module, which basically converts the liquid to gas. A typical FSRU cycle is you basically, once you the FSRU is delivered from the shipyard, there's a gas up and cool down in order to cool the ship so that she can store LNG. And then the ship goes to gas trials and commissioning. Then she sails through the site. Once she's in situ, first a temporary mooring, then a permanent mooring to anchors. And then we connect the FSRU to the gas pipeline and then to the power ship. Following the connection, then there's generally a ship-to-ship delivery of LNG and conduct daily regas operations. So that's a typical FSRU, one of our FSRUs from the fleet, and a typical FSRU cycle for a project that we are discussing here. And then some words about the track record of the units, FSRUs in the world. FSRU projects are actually quite common in the last decades and can be found across the globe with projects under development in Europe, South America, Africa, and Asia. As you can see, there are many FSRU projects around the world, in addition to the already existing on-land importing terminals. The technology has been used in many developing countries and developed countries as well, before they built their on-land permanent LNG terminals. The United States, UK, Europe, Japan, China, either have used or are currently using this technology to receive LNG. Especially countries such as South Africa, which has a plan to have diversity in their power generation mix and planning to decarbonize their energy sector, but which doesn't have pipeline gas, which goes all parts of their country, uses FSRU to reach security of supply. So there are currently 37 or around 40 FSRUs in the world, either operating as FSRUs or as LNG carriers, which I think gives a good background in terms of the technology, its proven track records all around the world. From here, I just want to say a couple of words about the industry in general, and maybe to give some color to the fuel that we are using. Obviously, LNG, unlike other forms of natural gas, is not a flammable or combustible, making it a much safer form of fuel. The industry in general is a highly regulated industry. In any project around the world, the project elements, FSRUs, gas pipelines, mooring, are vetted by many parties. LNG sellers, class society, FSRU owner, the ship manager, gas pipeline operator, especially the port authority. There are detailed risk studies that every project does, which we have done for our projects as well, which I'll briefly touch upon in the next slides. Needless to say, all the operations are certified to comply with ISO standards, especially ISO 14001 environment and ISO 45001 health and safety, as well as OSAS 18001. So the industry has a very high level of quality, has a very high standard of health and safety practices. Now, the last 3 slides basically explains the projects a little bit more in detail. First, I'll start with Kuha. Our Kuha project entails the generation of electricity from 1 Han-class power ship and 1 Shah-class power ship to be moored in the port. The LNG will be transported to South Africa via an LNG carrier. And then the ship-to-ship transfer from the LNG carrier to the FSRU will take approximately 1 or 2 days. And then a portion of the gas pipeline taking the gas from the FSRU to the power ship is on land, while the rest is underwater. And the generated electricity will be distributed through a 132 kV transmission line, where ESCOM will distribute the electricity further into the grid. The basic project configuration is common across all 3 ports, with Kuha comprising an FSRU permanently moored along the eastern breakwater, and 2 power ships permanently moored between Berth 100 and the Edmund Craft Basin. The gas from the FSRU is fed to the power ship via an approximately 1.3 kilometer gas pipeline, 24-inch steel gas pipeline. And as I said, this pipeline comprises both subsea and buried onshore section, and is connected to the vessels via a manifold called PLEM, specialist gas riser hoses. The technical studies support the siting of the vessels and pipeline routing, including, I think this part is important, the number of studies that we have done. We have gone through current and planned port operations and interfaces together with the MPA, metocean and sea condition studies, bathymetric survey and geotechnical studies, pipeline process checks, subsea pipeline stability studies, HAZIT and HAZOP. Obviously, the moorings that we selected will be designed and certified for 1 in 100-year extreme conditions. And once the power ship is delivered, the power ship will connect to the grid, as I said, via double circuit 132 kV overhead line, and the injection point to the South African national grid will be Dedisa substation. And we will construct a new switching station between Dedisa substation and power ship. So that's basically the project in Kuha in a nutshell. Then I move to Richards Bay. Again, similar setup, 2 power ships, one Han, one Shark class, permanently moored in the 600 series berth basin. And the gas from the FSRU is fed to the power ships via an approximately 1.4 kilometer gas pipeline. This time, the pipeline is completely subsea and is connected to the vessels via a subsea pipeline and manifold and specialist gas riser hoses. Again, the power ship will connect to the grid via double circuit 132 kV overhead line, and we will connect to Aurora substation. And again, we will construct a new switching station between Aurora substation and power ship. So that's basically the Richards Bay project in a nutshell. And here I'm moving to Saldanha, our last project. Karpowership South Africa Saldanha project, Saldanha Bay project. Now here the gas is fed to the power ships approximately 6.5 kilometer gas pipeline, again 24-inch, and we will connect to the grid via double circuit 132 kV overhead line. Injection point would be to the national grid would be Impala substation, and again we will build a new switching station between Impala substation and power ship. So that's our 3 projects in a nutshell. So that brings us to the end of the formal presentation. In summary, as Karpowership, we have delivered and continue to deliver similar projects all around the world. This technology is not used only by us, but many major economies around the world. I hope the evidence that we show in this presentation would be enough for the public to understand and hopefully embrace the project. We again appreciate the opportunity afforded to us today, and we stand ready and willing to answer all questions relevant to our NERSA gas license applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katna. And if you have a pen and a piece of paper, and I'm sure also your colleagues will be able to take down the questions that the members may put to you for clarification. I would like to then open up this opportunity for members to ask questions. If there are any questions of clarity, members? By show of hands, members, if you have any. Right, whilst we are waiting for members then to ask questions. Okay, let me start with Mr. Gumede, and then I'll come back after the colleagues have asked questions. Mr. Gumede, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good afternoon, Mr. Katma, and apologies that I'm not able to show my face, but I'm hoping I'm actually audible, and we ourselves have engaged before. So I'm assuming that you remember the person. I've got 3 questions to you. The first question is, does the financial close that you mentioned in respect of the RMI IPP projects predicated on the finalization of the 5 gas licenses that we are applying for? Will you not get financial close if you don't get those 5 licenses? Number 2, can Karpowership not transfer the need or the actual requirement for the supply of gas to the utility and sign what one might call as a tolling agreement, purely in respect of electricity generation? Can we not sign a tolling agreement or as a PPA with say Eskom, and transfer the actual responsibility and the price, the volatility effect and all of those things to the utility or to somebody else? Does it have, in terms of the PPA or the envisaged PPA on electricity generation, do you need to also have the gas supply agreement as well? That is part of that deal. So that's the second question. My last question, Mr. Ketma, is we all know South Africa needs gas going forward as part of its integrated energy program, especially as we transition into a cleaner environment. But the question that I'm then asking is that, do you think that the piecemeal approach, would that be optimal for a piecemeal approach in terms of infrastructure development, which will emanate from project-based gas supply or gas supply approaches? Would that be optimal for the country? Would the country not require that we have an integrated infrastructure, gas infrastructure development, say at Kucha, well, at the 3 ports that we've applied for? Do you believe that if we're looking at it purely from each project, whether it's your project or somebody else's project, is that optimal for the country? And thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Let me go to Mr. Mkhize, followed by Advocate Sithole. Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the presenter. I just got about three questions. But taking off from what Mr. Gumede has said, our regulations, excuse me, require of the regulator to look at the project as whether it is actually promoting orderly development in line with the objects of the Act and enhancing gas infrastructure. Now, would it assist then that we currently already are having problems with vertical integration? If now you're in the gas space in providing the gas, you've got this vertical integration, and in it, I note also that you've got a client that will then utilize the excess capacity on the FSRUs, the floating storage and regasification units, and that is exclusive. And one of the challenges that we face is issue of access to infrastructure, and that then will preclude other players to come in and to then either build a parallel infrastructure to that, or kind of have a situation where you have more or less sterilized the port in regard to gas importation. Would we Why should this be supported then in that? How do you think it assists in terms of enhancing the gas infrastructure, allowing new entrants, as well as when it comes to the prices, to the pricing, that utilization of excess capacity, who is actually going to pay for that? Does it then mean that as long as that excess capacity is not utilized, it will be paid by the end users, whereas they are not necessarily benefiting from it? Neither can another party come in and use that facility. So I just want to get clarity on that. And then if I look at the length of that contract to say then how do we then deal with the benefits of that exclusivity vis-a-vis what the impact is going to be on the competition, as well as the development of the country, particularly noting the difficulty for new entrants to come into the space. And then lastly, one of the things that is important is the issue of ownership and rights or of use of land. And then it emanates that currently you still do not have that with the TNPA in terms of the Section 79s. I would just like to know in that regard as to why then do you think this must proceed entertaining this application of yours? Yeah, I think that's by and large all I wanted to get from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Advocate Sithole.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, just to alert you as well, I'm connected through my phone. My laptop has just gone blank. Chair, thanks for the opportunity and thanks to the presenter. My question it's a question that seeks clarity from the presenter in relation to the health and safety standards. The presenter indicated. Sorry. May I proceed, Chair? There was some interruption. I don't know where it's coming from. I was saying my question, Chair, relates to the health and safety standards. The presenter indicated that the health and safety standards are high, but he did not provide further information or basis for this. May I ask the presenter just to elaborate on this particular item? That's all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sithole. I would like to touch on the questions asked by the members on the issue of excess capacity. I would like, first of all, to see, and I think that the angle of my question seeks to understand how you will comply with the legal requirements of the Gas Act insofar as third-party access is concerned. The Gas Act is very clear in terms of its objectives. It talks about fair access to gas facilities, and it talks about also affordability to the gas molecule, as well as ensuring that the charge for the service, meaning the tariff on those facilities, must also be fair and accessible. Now, if part of this application entails exclusivity, and I must say that it is the first time that we come across such a clause in the gas infrastructure that needs to be licensed, we would like to understand what is it that you are putting to the regulator as a rationale for that exclusivity, of which rationale, and not just a commercial rationale, but we must see that rationale also from an economic point of view and developmental point of view, and in relation to the gas regulations that promote non-discriminatory access. And I think the principle of non-discriminatory access is not only in respect of the South African jurisdiction, in other jurisdictions around the world when it comes to gas infrastructure. That is the fundamental principle. And I worry that when it comes to this project in South Africa, you ask for exclusivity. And I would like to understand what is the rationale for that. And that rationale must not only be justified on the basis of commercial interest, but we must be able to see what is it that is going to benefit the industry from an economic point of view. And I think pertaining to that as well, would like to then understand your to what extent do you embrace competition? If you are proposing this project and you're asking for exclusivity, even on excess capacity, to what extent do you embrace competition and the national interests of our policy imperatives pertaining to diversity in ownership, transformation, because there may well be those that cannot afford to build or duplicate the infrastructure, which becomes essential infrastructure in those ports. And the energy regulator cannot promote any regional monopolies with regards to the gas infrastructure that is operated in those ports. And part of our function in the Gas Act is to promote competition. And we've got various provisions in the Gas Act that are not just ex ante regulation, but that are relating to enforcement of competition rules. They are in the Gas Act. And now, if, for instance, you are not going to grant access, say, on the LNG tanks that are on board, and not allowing competition at that level through access, how do you expect the regulator to treat your application? And if you are not going to, again, allow some of the companies that may actually want to just operate trading and just need access on that infrastructure that operates in the port, and therefore say, well, we've imported gas elsewhere, but we also need to keep it on your tanks, or even if there's going to be some expansion of those of that infrastructure, we incur the cost of expanding that infrastructure as the Gas Act allows. Now, we also need you to then allow us that LNG to go through your regasification module, and therefore also stored in your natural gas storage tanks that are on board, so that thereafter they use your distribution line to take it to the market. So that's how we will see it, and also see the transformation, but also competition issues as well as fairness issues, because you understand that every infrastructure, gas infrastructure, the key thing is fairness and actually access. How can that access be blocked by exclusivity, and why that exclusivity? If you can indicate that, and also the justification on that exclusivity. And bear in mind that not only the Gas Act that will be concerned about exclusivity, the competition authorities, when it comes to exclusivity, the approach that we've always taken is about the rationale, the duration itself, see how you justify that exclusivity. And if there's no other means of avoiding that exclusivity, but achieve what you want to achieve. So I would like to understand that. And the other thing that I would like to then understand is two issues, well, maybe three. The Gas Act Section 16 touches on certain authorizations. Yes, it doesn't specifically say that NERSA must first see approvals in respect of those, but it talks about the location of the gas facility so that we know where they are going to be. That then takes us to whether you have obtained authorization or applied for such authorization where you are going to operate the gas infrastructure in the ports, and then also inland. There are the parts of that infrastructure that will be operated inland, as you have also applied for construction licenses. So we would like to understand if then you've got any authorizations with regards to your operation of the gas infrastructure in the ports as well as inland, so that we know that those have been secured. And then the other thing is to understand the authorization and for the environmental authorization given the rejection of that application. And now the requirements of the Gas Act insofar as that is concerned. There were gaps as indicated in your application, which were not adequately dealt with, and that led to disapproval of the application. Now we want to understand where are you in respect of that, and how do you then demonstrate to NERSA that you have fulfilled the requirements of Section 16 in relation to environmental legislation. Lastly, I would like to then just understand how many tanks are there for LNG? The LNG tanks that are there, the LNG tanks that are there, as well as the total number of storage tanks just for natural gas that will then go through the pipeline. If you can just clarify that. The last thing here is on the issue of volatility that you have mentioned, price volatility that you have mentioned, which obviously will be a concern. And I would like to then understand what is it that you propose to the energy regulator so that you give us comfort as the regulator, as part of our role is to protect the consumers at the end of the day, if this is going to be recovered from the tariffs, from the electricity tariffs, number one. But also as the energy regulator, in as much as it is our role to facilitate investment, it is also our role to make sure that the investments that we facilitate are efficient. They produce efficient outcomes. Now, with the price volatility and all of the escalations that we see around the world, what is it that you would like to then provide before the regulator today to give us comfort as to how you intend to ameliorate those the price shocks and the volatility, so that such shocks do not result or are not detrimental to the South African economy and South African consumers? I would like to leave it there. If you can please respond to those questions. Thank you. Please indicate if you're going to need any assistance, and indicate so that I can be able to then allow your colleagues to also take oath.
Thank you very much for all the questions. I will try to respond to questions to the extent that I can. If there are detailed technical parts that you would like to further elaborate, we are happy to provide those answers in writing as well. I will try to answer the questions one by one, and I hopefully take the notes of all the questions. First, let me stop presenting. Maybe it will be easier. Okay. First, I'll start with Mr. Gumede's questions. Thank you very much again for the questions. First of all, the question about financial close and the licenses. Obviously, in the preferred bidder undertaking, project development undertaking that we got, there's a list of licenses that we need to get before we reach commercial close and financial close. And these licenses that we have applied for are obviously a part of those commercial close processes. So we would like to, we require these licenses to be at hand before we reach commercial close. That was the first question. The second question is about supply of gas, and why don't we have a tolling agreement.
Maybe, sorry, Mr. Kadma, if you can just respond to that first question adequately. If you don't obtain these licenses, what will be the impact? Will that have any adverse impact at all, or will there be a plan B for you if you don't obtain these licenses before the financial close?
Okay. The issue about the licenses are, if we can't get those licenses in due time, obviously we would not be able to reach financial close. So that's the requirement that we have. And in terms of plan B, I mean, there's a list of licenses and approvals we need to get, including these gas licenses. And without changing the project formation, there will not be any plan B. So we need to get these licenses in order to reach financial close. I hope this is clear.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. The second question was about supply of gas and if a tolling agreement would be better than a PPA. Obviously, it is always an ongoing debate in power industry around the world. Which one is better to unbundle things, so get a power generation services separate than the fuel, if it is a thermal generation we are talking about, or bundle them together. The RMIPP is designed to bundle these together. So the bidders have the option to come with any technology. So it was technology agnostic, as long as they have a dispatchable power for 16.5 hours during the daytime. But the important element here, which I want to emphasize, which I think answers many of these questions, is the program is called risk mitigation. So I think the most important thing in this program was the delivery time, and all these projects to come online within 12 months after the financial close. So then, when it comes to what is the optimal mix, government under the MRE department, under the implementation agreement, has always have the option to replace our fuel solution with either LNG to be supplied by the client or the government, or to deliver pipeline gas. So this engagement that we have, or the fuel supply we have, is definitely not for 20 years. And we understand that from all the other tenders that have been announced previously from this program, and as of these days, for different ports, there are tenders, similar tenders for LNG infrastructure. We understand that both many governmental departments has their own future plans, which we fully respect, and we plan to be a part of those if we can, if we are competitive enough. But what we offer here is in compliance with the RMIPP requirements, and whenever government opts to replace our fuel supply chain with another supply chain, they have the right to do so. So that I think answers many of these concerns, I do hope. And the third one is about South Africa needs gas, but why do we apply a piecemeal fashion? Again, I think my answer would be similar. Here, risk mitigation program aims speedily, timely delivery of power. That's what we are after. And that's the starting point for the LNG infrastructure, gas infrastructure, to be in the country. But that doesn't mean that these projects will block third-party access, fair and transparent access of third parties to these infrastructure. Not at all. We are trying to follow what the RMIPP requirements are. And as I said, this is a starting point when the government brings, or when any authority in South Africa brings their long-term plans into the game, our contracts have the flexibility to unbundle fuel from this. It's mainly a power tender. So I hope I answered the 3 questions of Mr. Gumede, and I'll move on to the next set of questions from Mr. Mikize. As far as I understand, it is the vertical integration and the excess capacity of the FSRU, which I think, again, there were similar questions about the third-party access. First, let me, again, explain you how we structured our projects. We have tendered for 3 projects, as you know, and we have been awarded, luckily, those 3 projects. And what we have done while we are preparing our bids, we run an international tender on the background for LNG supply, as well as FSRU services. And for the LNG supply, there are more than 30 companies all around the world, national LNG companies, LNG exporters, traders, oil majors, all of them have participated. And after that process, we believe we have secured a very competitive price. Hence, that's a part of the reason, one of the reasons that we have been awarded these tenders. But again, as we have tried to explain during our discussions with NERSA for those licenses, for the time being, our exclusivity of LNG supply is between us and the LNG supplier, our LNG supplier. But when it comes to third-party access, in all these 3 ports, we, as we have always said, and now I'm saying this in front of the public as well, we are always open to collaboration and to find mechanisms for additional customers, additional third party to access the infrastructure. Our aim is to deliver the most needed power to the grid. We are not after blocking the access of any third party. On the contrary, on the very contrary, what we are saying here is once we bring those key infrastructures into the country, we hope that LNG industry and gas industry would accelerate much more compared to the plans that have been developed but not realized before. So, and again, once the government brings their long-term plans, permanent plans, be it another FSRU, bigger one, or an on-land LNG terminal, as far as we understand from the tenders, we are happy to replace our solution, LNG side of the solution, with any permanent one, and that's already built in the implementation agreement that we will be entering, and that government has envisaged this potential change in the supply. So I think the next question was utilization of the infrastructure and who pays it. Basically, the requirements of the RMIPP is to create ring-fenced project entities to deliver the power that they are offering. So for our tariff, or for our price that we put forward, basically we provisioned all of our costs related to our project, LNG supply and regasification services. That's a part of the tariff that we have. Anything in addition, obviously, we are open to discuss and create a fair and transparent mechanism and follow the regulations which are already available in NERSA's playbook, as far as I can tell. So the third was the length of the contract. Again, this was a very popular topic for the power side as well. In the RMIPP program, the government or the MRE or IPP office has decided to set the rules for 20 years, which is equal and same for any bidders that have participated and that have been awarded afterwards. And 3 of the 11 projects have been awarded. If you remember those days during the bid preparation, this was an international tender where many major energy companies have participated. And if you look to the awarded bidders, we are also very happy to be amongst very qualified, very experienced companies similar to us. So the 20 years was the tenor for power supply. But when it comes to gas infrastructure, gas supply, LNG supply, as I said, the implementation agreement has the necessary flexibility to have a shorter duration if the need be. And obviously, we in all our agreements with the FSRU suppliers and the LNG supplier, we encountered this flexibility. That's on us. And having a broader fleet around the world for LNG to power projects, I think we are in a very good spot to have this flexibility if we require to do so at some point of the time. I think the last question from Mr. Mkize was about the ownership and right use of lands, Section 79, and our engagement with TNPA. Obviously, any project that has been awarded in any of the tender rounds are required to get many approvals. We are one of them, and definitely TNPA, the engagement with TNPA is one of the very crucial elements in front of this project. In the past 1 year since we have been awarded, we are actively in engagement with TNPA. We have different work streams, technical, legal, commercial work streams. Obviously, they have their own acts to follow, and we have the regulations of the RMIPP program to follow. We have been, not us, other projects have also applied for Section 79 in order to solve this issue about access to the ports. We are actively engaging with the relevant ministries to get the Section 79, and we are hoping to get it in time before we reach financial close, but that's a pending matter, as we all know. I hope that answers Mr. Mkize's questions. Then I move to Advocate Stoll's questions. I think it was about the HSE standards. Obviously, I wouldn't go beyond my pay grade and go into too much detail of the health and safety universe, which is a specialized area for sure. But I just want to give some color about what we have done so far. And if you have further questions, we are very happy to go in full detail in the written submission. So first of all, we have done comprehensive studies under our environmental impact assessment, under our environmental application. Although now we are in a process with the FFE for an appeal on our applications, as I try to explain, from a LNG to power projects perspective, we have been working for these projects. We have been delivering LNG to power projects all around the world. This is not the first time, and most probably this is not the last time that we are delivering these projects. And in many of the jurisdictions that we operate, getting an environmental approval is a very standard part of the routine to get your projects up to commercial operation. We always go into full details of our environmental application, and this is a public document everyone can have access to. So we believe we have done we have ticked the necessary global standards box, as we always do around the world, and hopefully our process with the FFE would result in a positive manner for the project. Other than that, we have engaged with SAMSA throughout, and we have been approved our provisional safety and risk assessment plans. We have very detailed hazard and HAZOP studies, where I think we have provisioned all potential risks and their mitigation measures as well. And in our engagements with TNPA, there is a very comprehensive QRA, quantitative risk assessment, and for all aspects of the project. This will be conducted with TNPA. This is what we have been doing for other projects as well, which will hopefully prove to the authorities that we have a very good standard in terms of health, safety, environment, and quality. What I was trying to explain during the presentation is LNG industry being a very small but very high quality industry, similar to oil and gas. There is a lot of emphasis on HSE, any part of the value chain in LNG, which if there are further detailed questions on this matter, we are happy to provide these on written basis.
Thank you. May you please wrap up on all the questions in the next 5 minutes, please.
Certainly. I think some of the other questions, excess capacity, as I said, the application that we put in is for the RMIPP program to deliver it. Once we have those approvals, we would be able to start our operations. But for the excess capacity, from a commercial or economic rationale, we are here open for collaboration. Our units, which we will be hopefully delivering in the next, after financial close within the timelines, we are happy to collaborate and have grant access to other third parties and discuss a fair and transparent mechanism for the commercial basis. There is, in our world, in any parts of what we do, non-discriminative access is key, and that's all around the world. We will fully embrace that. Similar to competition, we are, I think, in all the tenders that we have been awarded in the last 1 year, and in all the business that we have, power industry is a very highly regulated industry. It's always open to competition. I think what we have been awarded, these 3 projects, is after a fierce competition, and we believe we bring good value for money for South African people for the project. That's how we awarded. And again, for the Section 79 and approvals and environmental, we are following due process for all the approvals that we need to get, and hopefully we will get all of those before the financial close timeline. And the last question was 2 questions, which I'll try to quickly wrap up, is the tanks for LNG. For the time being, for our 2 projects we are talking, the example that I showed you was an FSRU with 4 tanks, but in our setup, the storage is only for LNG. There is no storage for natural gas. The natural gas will be constantly feed into the Karpowership via a gas pipeline. There is only storage for LNG, and the size of the storage is different from one project to another depending on the dispatch. Last question was about price volatility and how to protect the consumers. Yes, it is true that gas prices have increased significantly in the last 1 year, and especially after the Russia-Ukraine crisis. But if you approach from a more macro perspective, it is not only LNG and gas prices have increased, it's all the commodities, all the fuel prices have increased, diesel prices have increased, coal prices have increased, crude prices have increased, and this has a direct effect to all the thermal generators around the world. That's a fact. But if you look to history, there are cycles of these. This has been the case always. There are boom and bust cycles in any commodity business. Today, what we are going through, obviously there are very high prices, but I think the most important thing we need to think of is these projects will start operations within 12 months after financial close. And by that time, if you look to all the major reputable consultants and authorities around the world in terms of energy, everyone sees this is a temporary supply and demand imbalance, and the prices will stabilize and go back to normal levels, hopefully once we start the operations. But again, this is a risk, or this is very common for all the IPP projects, thermal IPP projects around the world. Hopefully I tried to cover all the questions, and I'm happy to answer more if there are more.
Thank you very much for the responses. We will also appreciate any additional responses to the questions, as we don't have sufficient time now to do follow-ups on the responses that you have provided, so that we can get a better sense of how you are going to cushion the South African market should these escalating gas prices don't come down or stabilize at some point, even in the next 14 months or so. So that part has not been covered, but I think also issues of exclusivity, if you can also touch on them, given the existing contract that is in place, because we don't know how that then is going to affect competition and others that may want to come in. If exclusive contract is in place and it needs to be respected. So those are the things that we would like to get more of your responses on them. You've touched on them, but we don't have time to still go through them again. And we'll appreciate if you'd also touch on the 20-year contract and whether now there is an off-take commitment in place for that 20-year contract. So if you could kindly send that within the next 7 days, as prescribed in our rules, we will appreciate that. We then thank you for your time, for providing the insights into the mechanics of your projects and the responses that you provided. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we had to allow the applicant to provide more details, as I can see other people have questions that they put on the chat. So they were all very interested in understanding the project and also hearing the responses that are coming from the applicant. Thank you so much for your patience. We now move on to the next presenter, and that is Black Business Alliance. And I have the name of Samuel Moorhoff, as well as Tampa Morgan. If those can, activate the video so that we can start with your presentation.
Good day, Chairman. It's Samuel Moorhoff here. I'm connecting from my mobile, so I'm just gonna switch the video on so that you can see me. But for my presentation, I'm gonna switch the video off. This is me, I'm in my car. I'm connecting from my mobile. As agreed, I'm gonna make an oral presentation.
All right, that's fine. You may deactivate it, that's fine. All right, but before that, no, Mr.
Yes, Chair.
Before that, I don't know how you're going to do this, because you have to raise your right hand so that you take the
No,
oath.
it's fine. That's my right hand.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much. All right, do you solemnly declare that the facts you are going to provide before the panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and your portfolio at Black Business Alliance for the record, please.
My name is Neo Samuel Moorhoff. I am a member of the Black Business Alliance. In the Black Business Alliance, I'm in charge of the environmental desk of the Black Business Alliance.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed with your presentation and deactivate your camera. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm just gonna get through with my oral presentation. The Black Business Alliance wishes to place on record its support for the granting of gas licenses by NERSA to Karpowership South Africa. Our organization functions as an entity that acts as a collaborative unit for local, Black and minority businesses, which work towards creating an environment that assists Black businesses grow and function optimally to enable economic growth and foster community building. The country continues to operate in quite unstable and difficult times. Our country is characterized by high unemployment rate, which currently stands at over 34%, the highest official rate ever since the recording was started in 2008. Chairperson, our people are hungry. Our people are desperate. The decline in opportunities and deterioration of basic living conditions have placed the sustainability of coastal communities in jeopardy. Our communities need enabling environments where SMMEs are also able to contribute to economic activities whilst addressing job creations, skills transfer, and sustainable development of the small-medium business segment into established companies. It is a known fact that SMMEs are one of the biggest contributors to employment creation, and in light of this, require a significant amount of support and opportunities to maintain this. The current hearing of Karpowership's SA gas licenses for operation at the respective ports represent an important moment of facilitating the required compliance processes that can ensure that all environmental risks and concerns are identified and resolved before such an important and significant project such as the risk mitigation IPP procurement program begins. This hearing will be to assist in ensuring that all international and local environmental regulations are considered before the granting of these licenses is done. The approval of the gas licenses will assist the country in meeting its high demand for electricity supply. South Africa requires well-established international power players that are able to support our needs for sustainable long-term jobs. And Karpowership is an example of that kind of company. The approval of Karpowership's gas licenses represent a significant step in the exploration of our gas and oil fields, whether on land or sea. We call on our government to expand our own fuel refinery capacity, gas supply systems, and resources to free this country from foreign expensive oil and gas supplies. It is important for us to follow the path taken by our fellow African counterparts, such as Ghana, who benefit from a supply of floating power to meet the demands of its industrial economy. It is very important for us to consider the number of jobs, business opportunities, and skills that can be developed outside the traditional fishing industries along the small coastal and rural towns that include Saldanha Bay, St. Helena Bay, Lambert's Bay, and Mossel Bay. All these towns present an opportunity to integrate the population in meaningful and impactful business opportunities that can address poverty and unemployment. These local economies have the potential to grow massively and also to foster the development of new industries. Investments, economic growth, and prosperity will come to our shores like in the case of Namibia and Mozambique. The BBA firmly believes in Karpowership's business case and understands the full need of their presence in assisting the country meet its power generation needs. It is common knowledge that Eskom is in desperate need for power generation. Karpowership's program, through the risk mitigation IPP program, will see it provide over 1,200 megawatts of electricity. Karpowership SA is able to feed Eskom's power grid with immediate effect once the project is commissioned. This will stabilize the national grid, minimize load shedding, save and create jobs, transfer skills, and most importantly, re-energize our economy. The approval of the gas licenses can be a major step forward towards attracting more energy players that can work with government and fellow private partners to guaranteeing regular cost-effective energy through cleaner thermal power sources using LNG, which has already been recognized as a cleaner source of energy. LNG is widely accepted as the most complementary fuel source to run alongside renewable resources. This has already been documented in the Integrated Resource Plan, and a hybrid system using both renewable energy and LNG is a perfect solution for South Africa. The approval and further implementation of gas-focused projects in the country will serve as an instrument towards developing policies that will guide investment planning and coordinated implementation. In conclusion, Chairman, our country is in urgent need for consistent, reliable energy. We hope that the regulators can fully consider these gas applications and be mindful of how important they are towards the successful completion of the risk mitigation IPP tender and the generation of power for our communities. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope that you have a pen and a piece of paper wherever you are, so that if there are any questions from the members of the panel, you may be able to respond to them. And thank you for your presentation. Let me check if there's any question from the members. You can mute yourself now, Nero, please. May I check if there's any question from the members? Kabazel. Followed by Mr. Gumede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to Neo for the presentation. From my side, I just want to make sure we understand each other here. That the issue of generation is looking beyond that in terms of the infrastructure to get the gas to the Karpowership and then to the the gas to power plant. Hence, I'm saying I'd just like to understand from you, how does this project just on its own, then this other part, assist in terms of freeing South Africa from foreign expensive oil and gas supply? And two, not to preclude the generation because we are not precluding the generation, but looking at the downstream part of the project to say, where are these players then having a role here? Wouldn't this part, for example, was an essential infrastructure? What about it being a portion that would have been better placed with a state entity, say, for example, to then look at the public interest, the whole issue of public interest? I would just like you to reflect on that, because it might happen that tomorrow someone wants to be able to use the facility, but it's precluded because of business rules or because of the manner in which the agreements has been structured. I would love to also understand from your side, what are the key principles or tenets that then need to be included in that agreement, such that it doesn't preclude other players, and it just does not cater for the here and now, but it's actually looking at the broader requirement going into the future, as alluded also by my colleague, in terms of not doing things piecemeal, but looking broadly, and also being transparent from their side in terms of what is who's paying for that additional capacity that is exclusive, because then if the current consumers must assist in that, why then should there be exclusivity that the party must enjoy at the expense of the end users? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkiza. Mr. Gumede, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'd like to also thank the presenter for a presentation and the support. Just two questions from me, Chair. The first one is, now, are you in support of issuing of gas licenses, or are you in support of specifically issuing these gas licenses to Karpowership? I'm hoping that's clear, that I'm just saying, perhaps we might be saying, yes, there's a need for gas to power and we need to have access to gas, whether, as you indicated, preferably storage and regassing and regasification units, or would you don't, or would it, or from this
if I'm in support of the licenses, whether it is being offered to Karpowership or it's just an offering of the license. Firstly, I'm in support of offering of the license, number one, to Karpowership as a company. As you well know, as I started, I did say I am a member of the Black Business Alliance. The Black Business Alliance is based in Saldanha. You offering this license to this company has a lot of benefits for us, and I think I did mention those benefits in my speech. most importantly being employment for our people. Number two, businesses subcontracting and getting opportunities from this company. So I'm coming from that point to say that we are a business forum, and when they come here, then there are certain benefits that are coming, most importantly, to come and benefit the Saldanha area. Their presence here means that our economy, number one, can grow, and businesses can also grow. I think the second, the question of Mr. Mkhize, when it comes to public interest, if I do understand it, I think government can play a role to ensure the rest that Mr. Mkhize has spoken about. But one thing that I want to make clear is that this project, the way we see it, it is the reason why we are actually supporting. The world is, number one, going greener. And we feel that their technology is a transition away from high emissions to lower emissions. So when it comes to public interest, I feel like, yes, the public will benefit because of, as we know, that South Africa is a signatory to the Paris Climate Agreement. So this project alone, if you look at LNG being 50 to 60% cleaner than coal, it is a big benefit for the country moving forward to cleaner energy. So I think that in the public interest on that sphere, it is a project that benefits the public. I'm not sure if I did answer all questions, but these are the only ones that I wrote down. Thank you. If there are other questions, then yes, I can listen. Thank you.
Perhaps you can touch on the issue of that Mr. Mkhize asked regarding how the project frees South Africa from the expensive crude oil and other sort of foreign ownership or resources that you have mentioned. If you can provide a response to that.
Thank you very much. As we know that this project is in Karpowership is one of the successful bidders of the risk mitigation IPP program. And the majority of the successful bidders who are in this project, majority of them, they're international companies coming to our shores to come and offer solutions. South Africa, actually our shores, I think we read, I think it was a month ago, where one company wanted to do exploration for gas. So we do have a lot of LNG. So this project will show that it's possible, number one, to use LNG as an energy source to generate power. And that can perhaps, because now we have an issue in the public domain about LNG. So we feel that, number one, this project, maybe it might motivate the public in accepting LNG as a solution for energy generation. Number two, it is our belief that we do have the resources, as the newspapers have reported, LNG for that matter. So in conclusion, I would just say that this project will play a motivating factor to the public and possibly the government to explore its resources so that we can become energy secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mkhize, your hand is lingering. I'm not sure if you have any other question before I move on to the next presenter.
Yeah, I think Chairperson Assisif Neo can report, can maybe write instead of maybe responding here and now. My concern is that we might be talking past each other here, because in terms of the project as a whole, I think that has been circled. The question now is in terms of the downstream part of the project and having this same entity where maybe another, let's say, for example, from their side, they would have another person that wanting to play into the space directly, whether this then precludes that person from doing that, and therefore it becomes now counter their stance of black participation. So I just wanted that reflection because we might be talking past each other. This is all from my side. Yeah, thank you. Let me leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. Noah, if you could then do a supplementary explanation and submit that in the next few days to the energy regulator. If you can do that, please, to the question that Mr. Mkhize asked.
Thank you very much. I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kumeke?
Chairperson, apologies. Also, if we can also provide me with the response to my second question. I don't think that was sufficiently responded to. Thanks.
All right. Now, please cover all of those questions and additional points to adequately respond to all the questions that were asked by the members, please.
Is it Mr. Nhlanhla?
Yes, it's Mr. Nhlanhla Kumede.
Okay, thank you. I will do so, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We now hop on to the next presenter. This is the Black Business Council, and I have the name of Carrington Tlale. And then we have Carrington Tlale. Please activate your video. Your hand is up. Are you able to present? Mr. Tlale, must we move on? Are you available?
Chair, I was just struggling. I needed access, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm able to go ahead.
Okay. All right. Before that, I need to make sure that I follow the process. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
Not at all, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly declare that the facts that you are going to provide to this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
I do, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please state your full name and the designation at the Black Business Council for the record.
My name is Carrington Tlale. I'm the Vice Chair for the Black Business Council Infrastructure Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation. The time is now 13:47. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Let me try and share. Is my presentation visible, Chair?
Yes, it is. And if you feel free, please, you can deactivate your camera and then you can take us through your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity that we've received as the Black Business Council and the Black Business Council in the built environment to do this presentation. We will go through our institutional alignment, background, and then the Karpowership gas license. The Black Business Council is made up of member organization and corporate members. We have got SAMDA, we have got ASIP, BBC, BE, and BMF. Within the Black Business Council in the built environment, which holds the BBC infrastructure portfolio responsibility, we have got also member organizations, corporates, and a number of member organizations like SAWIC, SAPTAGO, SIACA, SAVDA, NAFCON, and LPDA. The Black Business Council is an independent membership organization representing professionals, business associations, and chambers. The purpose is to advocate for transformation of the South African economy through aggregation and amplifying of member opinion, thought leadership and policy change in order to achieve meaningful and inclusive economic growth. The BBC Infrastructure Portfolio Committee has been tasked with ensuring that there is effective, meaningful, and realizable transformation in key sectors by supporting projects that will address key challenges being experienced by the country and thus contribute towards addressing these challenges. Energy security is at the top of the list of these challenges that are adversely affecting Black business. The matter at hand that we are presented with in this hearing is the granting of Karpowership's license to operate in the 3 respective ports, namely Saldanha Bay, Huga, and Richards Bay. This is following Karpowership's bid for projects in the respective ports to provide a total of 1,220 megawatts of urgent and much needed power to the national grid. It is also to be known that the proposed projects are not only in line with the current demands for energy, but also in coherence with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy Integrated Resource Plan of 2019, which supports a diverse energy mix that includes liquefied gas, which is what the Powership use to generate electricity. NERSA at this present stage is required to conduct a holistic assessment of not only the company's gas license application, but also possible impact of this process. Our national power generation entity continues to struggle to provide consistent electricity for all its customers, with numerous power stations failures that have been forced to be temporarily shut down. The severe impact of this decision has been felt by all citizens, ranging from business owners, large corporations, and even health institutions such as hospitals and clinics. It is also well documented that current generation stock will not meet the current energy needs of the country. And also Eskom is under extreme pressure with regards to emission controls, thus increasing the risk for additional generation capacity being reduced. To see South Africa achieve its goals of a sustainable and lasting energy solution, we need to be practical and act decisively. The RMI PPPP process was exceedingly transparent, strategic, and fit for purpose. All preferred bidders shared the same objective: establishing a secure, stable, affordable, and cleaner grid that will create jobs and put South Africa on the road to economic recovery. It is very important that we remind everyone attending this hearing that Karpowership has been able to meet the RMI PPPP requirements to have a combined operating capacity that will be 1,220 megawatts. It is also worth noting that these powerships are fully integrated floating power plants that include all the necessary facilities and equipment for power generation, such as the freshwater generation for internal combustion consumption, gas-ready systems to operate with natural gas, high voltage substation, and then 24 hours, 7 days operation and maintenance. These are some of the many requirements and characteristics that have been made easier from the DMRE to accept the power producer as one of the preferred bidder for this urgent and much needed energy project. The successful granting of Karpowership SA's gas license will present the company with an opportunity to play a significant and meaningful role in the South African economy. The company has previously alluded to its commitment to spend substantial amount both during the construction period and operations, while in the process creating hundreds of jobs. The conclusion of this process, together with the implementation of the project, will also see the opportunity to finalize the potential of immediate economic development and job creation in the country, and significantly impact the local economies that the projects will operate in. For several businesses in various sectors, reliable electricity presents a better opportunity to consistently operate and reduce even ever-increasing costs that remain a significant risk towards their survival. Increased productivity and profitability can present them with a chance to actively play a leading role in fast-tracking economic growth, employment creation, and skills transfer. For a country that requires quick growth in the economy and the attraction of more international businesses and investment, a much more innovative method is required to support an aging power entity that Eskom has become. Our country forms part of a continent that is expected to become one of the leaders in the world population. The implication this has on energy security is obvious: consistent power supply that can be accessible to all. The key challenge, however, is how to reconcile the burgeoning demand for power against an aging grid system that can only provide a limited and unstable supply of electricity. As we navigate a business environment that is characterized by a long-term effect of COVID-19, quick and effective progress in improving infrastructure that includes reliable, accessible running water and power is the first step towards recovery. Energy security is the foundation of a sustainable economy, and it is critical for our country to fast-track the implementation of the risk mitigation program. The economic downturn of the country is being significantly flagged by Black communities and businesses operating in these communities. The BBC openly advocates for the acceleration of the participation of Black businesses in mainstream and key economical sectors, and this is all being done in order to improve inclusivity and poverty alleviation. We continue to face a crisis of unprecedented proportion that fully requires the active participation of key government, private, and non-governmental organizations to create opportunities that can assist continuous recovery and economic growth in our country. Our Honorable President Ramaphosa, at his State of the Nation address, highlighted the importance of private business to generate employment, with government presenting an enabling environment. We believe that Karpowership SA is answering this call. The approval of Karpowership SA gas license will present our energy and business environment with a proven energy supplier that already has experience in operating power fleets that operate on natural gas and have the ability to effectively support our high energy demand using state-of-the-art and latest technology at offer. Our business environment continues to suffer from poor and highly ineffective energy-saving measures currently being implemented by Eskom. A number of our business partners and active players are failing to maintain themselves due to the high costs associated with operating in an energy-stricken community. It is because of all this that we request NERSA to be measured in its approach and decision to approve and provide Karpowership SA with a much-needed application for all three sides. There is no longer time for delay if we are to have an effective response to the economic recovery of the country. We hereby present our submission. Thank you very much from the Black Business Council Infrastructure Committee. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tlale. And you saved us 5 minutes, and thank you for that. And we'll utilize it optimally as well as we pose questions to you for clarification. I'd like to then invite my colleagues for questions of clarity, please. Can't see the first one who raised the hand. Mr. Mkize will be the second, and Mr. Kumede, and then Mr. Mkize and Mr. Tole. In that order, please, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson, and also like to thank Mr. Tlale for the wonderful presentation. Mr. Tlale, I'm actually going to ask the similar questions to the questions I asked the previous presenter, Mr. Mokrov. I guess the question that is playing in my head is one that, as you know, we have Karpowership has been, at least from the NERSA side, has been granted a gas to power generation license for all three sides. So that is not really a concern for us, I guess. The question that I'm then asking is that, you know, and again, just to phrase it maybe slightly differently, is that when you're saying the issues that you raised, which are valid issues that you raised around gas, But the question that arises in my head, honestly, is, does it have to be the same company that provides the power, the gas to power infrastructure, also controls the actual gas infrastructure, the actual gas importing infrastructure? Do we, is it appropriate that we integrate those two into one player? I mean, I guess it's one thing to talk about gas, but to take about the gas infrastructure side is one thing that worries me. So, is it? Are we therefore in support? Are you in support of the gas licenses being given to Karpowership, or you would say, would you support an idea where the gas licenses, the gas infrastructure licenses, are given to another third party, including perhaps the utility itself or any other SOE, for instance, that then uses that basically so that that infrastructure would be available for broader use in the economy? So I'm hoping that the question is more elaborate this time. That's the first question. The second question, which I asked the previous presenter as well, and I'll pose it to you. Do you think that, honestly, South Africa would benefit better from on land or offshore, or basically floating storage and regasification terminals? Are the jobs associated that could potentially be created, including procurement opportunities, would those be the same if they are actually done on land? Would they be the same if the actual storage, the actual storage is floating? It comes, I guess, already configured and all that. Do you think the opportunities presented to the local economy are the same if it's done, if it's on a floating storage and regasification terminal as it would be if it was on land? I'm hoping my questions are actually clear at this time, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Kumeta. I hope so too. Mr. Mkhize?
Chairperson, thanks, and thanks to Mr. Tlale. I think Mr. Kumeta kind of assisted with the first question on my side, because there's a difference between the project as in its entirety, as a concept and as a project, to say one supports that or not. And I think even the energy regulator has dealt with that. And now the question is, you've got the FSRU, you've got the line that then connects to the onshore plant to be able to then generate electricity and then distribute it by connecting it to the grid. Now the question is that should that all belong to this one entity, or it will serve better if we don't have this kind of a regional monopoly in terms of that particular port, and then you've got problems of access later on by the same business organizations or councils mourning the fact that now they are restricted in terms of playing in that particular space. Is to be able to then say that, do they really support this as it is structured? Not just the project as a whole, but the structuring now that then gives Karpowership all these segments of this value chain into their hands in terms of the infrastructure and the operation thereof. That for me is the essence that I hope Carrington will be able to respond there to, even if it may not respond here and now in terms of consultation with the members, but so that he can come back with a written response that looks at it a bit differently than what he has presented, which looks at the project as a concept in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Tlale?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Mr. Tlale. My question is just on transformation. Mr. Tlale mentioned that one of the objectives of BBC is to ensure transformation happens within the economy. And the question is, do you think that this particular project will realize or achieve the required levels of transformation in terms of BBC's objectives or meet the country's governing prescripts on transformation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I also have a question, and my question also it relates to the earlier question asked by my colleague regarding the mobile technologies of delivering LNG versus the fixed terminal, the fixed LNG terminal. I would like to put this question in this form. If one is looking at the sort of a forward-looking policy, potential policy initiatives, is it ideal for South Africa to consider a fixed LNG terminal, given the fact that, number one, the energy industry is transitioning to cleaner fuel, and therefore there's this restructuring that is taking place? Would it be advisable to then have a fixed LNG regasification terminal under those circumstances? Number one. Number two, in a project of this nature, which is a sort of an emergency intervention, and looking at the volumes involved, would a fixed terminal be ideal if the role of gas during the transition period and perhaps up until the 2050 is not one that perhaps is permanent, and therefore the critical mass that is required to justify a magnitude of the fixed terminal. Because I think at 200 megawatts, I don't think that it will attract any investor to come and invest in South Africa in the form of a fixed LNG terminal. So I would like to just understand on those two grounds whether it will be attractive and ideal for South Africa given the green or the clean energy policies that are in place. The second question that I would like you to perhaps touch on is the cost, the total cost of this project. There is a concern about or regarding the total cost of this project, to say that if you say that, yes, it is needed, as you've indicated in your presentation, if it's so needed, at what cost, though, to the South African economy? If you're looking at the volumes that we're talking about here, and as well as the total cost of the project to deliver the volumes, such low volumes, how is that justified, if I may put that question, in terms of value for money, and also in terms of the value that South Africans will derive from this type of a project at the cost that it comes with. So, and then the other thing that I would like to understand here, again relating to the issue of these cleaner fuels and the industry, the energy industry evolution to cleaner fuels, do you not get concerned about the possibility or potential of stranded assets if we sign up or allow 20-year contracts or even longer under these circumstances? Just to check, your consideration of these matters from a business perspective and from attracting investors, and so that the regulators may also understand what is the thinking by the investors when we look into these type of projects, given some of the policy positions and the developments on policy approaches. Just to get that sense from your side. Thank you very much. You may respond, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and go as quickly as possible. that were raised by Mr. Gumete. The concern around being one company that does the generation and the supply of the gas. I guess the problem would have been that the project itself lends it to itself that it has got to be a complete package. And there is really an understanding that it might create a challenge, but in this particular case, for this particular project, I believe it makes sense in that being a single package where you have got the gas and the generation being controlled by a single entity, because as we see it, it's something that I didn't expect, our organization didn't expect that a solution like that will come to play. And it is important that that complete solution is provided, and that you don't have a challenge of having multiple parties that are interrelated in the provision of what the generation organization wants to do. So for us, yes, it might pose some challenges, but I think in this particular case of the project, of this particular procurement program, it is one option that was given, and as a complete package that is being offered. So will the country benefit from an onshore or on-land benefit? Well, from an offshore one, as it is currently, it is something that we never considered as being an option. And here is Karpowership presenting an option that is there, that we as the country needs to even explore much more further and extract as much benefit as possible out of it. Inland, then there is an opportunity then to move into inland. But here is an opportunity at hand, on the table, where we have got an offshore use of sea area, and South Africa has got a massive coastal area, which then present even additional opportunities if we then get to understand and become participants with regards to offshore offering that Karpowership is bringing in. But that doesn't preclude us looking at going for onshore, and I guess it is something that then has opened up an opportunity that for the next procurement processes, that people then will look at gas as a potential on land. I hope that just basically answers those. If there is any additional clarity, then we will do a written submission. From Mr. Mkhize's, only one company to have complete access of the supply chain. The solution lends itself to that. And I think for us, we believe that this presents an opportunity for us to understand the complete supply chain. As Black business, and this has always been our fault, that we have never actually explored the ends, especially in the gas industry. And this presents an opportunity for us and everyone in the country to actually get to the limits of what is possible with gas. And I believe, and we believe, that it is only being one company, it might lend itself as being a problem, but there possibly would have been other submissions that lend themselves to gas being an alternative, and would have maybe had issues for them to being preferential bidders. But we believe that this shouldn't create a major problem. And I think from the presentation from Karpowership, they indicated their openness to actually talk with government in aligning themselves to these imperatives that Black business actually wants to put through. So we believe that being a willing participant in hearing what Black business wants and is expecting, we possibly have a good partner there. To Mrs. Tolle, will the project deliver on the empowerment imperatives? When we viewed the project, especially with the challenges that it have being especially skilled, we looked at it in saying it presents an opportunity for Black business to look into the future. There has been really limited, in fact, there is non-existent expertise from Black businesses with regards to onshore or offshore generation of power. And in this, then we have got an opportunity to start expanding our horizon as Black business and Black professionals in saying, how do we then extract the necessary skills that we can become active participants in that? But moreover that, the project presents an opportunity for downline participation, and not only just in the generation and supply of gas, but in understanding that there are other opportunities existing with regards to gas to electricity generation, specifically on land. So we're looking at it from a broader perspective that we can afford to have generators in our buildings, in our businesses. We can afford to always buy petrol and diesel to mitigate the load shedding and not being able to have access to internet because we don't have power, because telecommunication companies are not able to put batteries because those batteries get stolen, so your network crashes. So even if you have telecommunication that you're using it for access to internet, that also you have got a problem with. So we're looking at it from a broader perspective, but on an empowerment perspective, there is an empowerment partner and they understand that there is a responsibility to ensure that Black people have a broader understanding on gas.
2 more minutes. I'm allowing you to then touch on all the questions and wrap up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. From you, Chair, the issue around the fixed terminal, yes, we need, that is something that needs to happen. But to get to a fixed terminal, this is the only solution that we have currently. If we have got a broader uptake of gas throughout the whole country, then a fixed terminal then will make sense. And exactly what you had said, that you need a much more integrated approach towards gas to electricity generation. But the mobile approach that Karpowership is bringing, it is something that 5 years before, we didn't even think about it. But here is an opportunity to think about it. And Karpowership, I really liked when they say, we are willing to talk with regards to excess capacity. And that then allows us to learn the intricacies of offshore gas supply chain, which is important for us to actually be able to do it on our own. So those are the things that I think that they're important. The period of the contract, 20 years, we know for a fact that in the past, and we have got situations where there were 40-year, 50-year coal contracts. And within the greater context of the energy transition, 20 years is not a long time. So with the 20-year period, we don't see it as a bigger problem. It's an opportunity for us as Black business to extract as much intellectual and participative knowledge as possible from this project. The total cost of the project, as we stand now, we know that there is a comprehensive energy mix, and the different energy generation modes will have different types of costing into it. But the downline cost of having continuous load shedding, it's much more, it will actually lead to even additional unrest. We have seen it. There is a suburb in Centurion where people, including white people, were marching because of load shedding and energy challenges. So if we continue in this trajectory, then we are presenting ourselves even with a bigger challenge. So the cost factor of it, there is even a downward, even bigger challenge that we are having if we continue with load shedding. So we mustn't just look at it from a concept of that just single project. We must look at it at the whole country perspective. Yesterday at the investment committee, there was one person that said one important thing, the narrative that we are presenting. If this project is not looked within the energy mix, the narrative will be saying that this in its singularity, it is expensive. But if you look at it from a country perspective, it means then the cost of not having load shedding removed or reduced is much more higher than having this project go through. The evolution for cleaner fuels, last year at COP26, the messaging there changed completely to an energy, to a messaging of advancement and transition, and not total moving to renewables. And gas presents us with that opportunity where we are able to use gas to transition to renewables, because renewables are at their early stage of technology adoption and development. So as they go on, then that means then they will become more and more efficient. But we can't wait for them to get to a point where they are much more efficient. We have to have this risk mitigation in place so that we don't have additional societal and business impact. Currently, what everyone is talking about is that South Africa doesn't have enough energy to be able to receive new investments. And then you're asking the international world to come and invest in the country, when you are saying come and invest and you will get on top of that a bonus of load shedding. So you have got to invest even more so that you can have your business operation running. So for us, we see it as a solution at this current stage, and we believe that this solution is important for the country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tlale, for your inputs as well as the responses. We thank you for your time as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to proceed to the next presenter, and that is DAMASA. It is DAMASA Energy Group, and I've got the name of Gladstone Ruben as well as Lindelani Tribi or Tribi. Please, you may activate your camera so that I can see those that are going to present and take it from there. DAMASA Energy Group.
Yeah, I don't seem to see them on the list. If they are here on a different name, perhaps they may raise their hand so I can assist.
Okay, we give them a few seconds to raise their hands if they are here from DAMASA. The presenter for DAMASA, please activate your camera. If no one, then I proceed to the next presenter. And the next presenter is, excuse me, the next presenter is Nafcock, and I've got the name of, I see now on the chat, we've got DAMASA, may you please come in before I present. Joe Tungandaba. Can you please unmute yourself so that we know that we do have presenters from DAMASA?
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, we apologize for that. We were struggling to unmute and connect. We didn't have the permission from our side.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Without wasting any more time, I would like to then confirm that you are going to represent DAMASA, first of all. Okay, thank you. Do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you very much. May you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare that the facts that you're going to present before this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your full name and your designation at DAMASA for the record.
My name is Rinderani Trivi. I am a director of DAMASA in Group, and I will be doing the presentation.
Thank you so much. You may start with your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Chair for the opportunity to be part of this public hearing. I'd like to start off by introducing who DAMASA is. DAMASA is an energy group that was put together over 10 years ago with specific focus on LNG. The current shareholders of Tamasa, as we speak today, it is 51% owned by the Strategic Fuel Fund, which is part of the SEF group, making it a state-led company. And we are not new to NERSA. We have been busy with the LNG project with our first submission to NERSA in 2015, which included phase 1 of what we call phase 0, which is the LNG FSRU, phase 1, which is the LNG FSRU, plus the pipeline to Mossel Bay, phase 2, which included the LNG facility, pipeline to East London and to Saldanha. In effect, what we are saying is that we are talking of an open access project. And that is the project that Tamasa has been involved in for the past decade. We have been in the process with NERSA, where we've applied for the various licenses. NERSA did go through all our applications with the technical, financial, and administrative requirements being fully complied to. The only missing thing that as Tamasa we have been working on for the past 5 years has been the Section 79 approval. We are happy to announce today, both to the entire hearing, that the Minister of Transport, Mr. Mbalula, has granted TEG the Section 79, which means that we have got the access to the port for 20 years plus an additional 30 years, which makes it 50 years. So with that in mind, we would like to present our project as an open access project. This is a project that does not prohibit anyone who would like to participate in the LNG sector within UHA specifically to participate. This includes, obviously, Karpower. We believe that Karpower has got a very wonderful opportunity of producing electricity. We see them as one of the clients that can take advantage of this open access infrastructure. Our project includes putting up an FSRU as part of our short-term and building an onshore facility as part of our long-term. Where we have a slight challenge is, having looked at the Karpower application to NERSA, I think specifically on page 37 and 38, they are quite clear that the FSRU that they're bringing on board will be exclusively to bring in gas for the power ships. And they go further to say that they will not be allowing public access to the platform. That is in the application. Now, what we are saying is that with this recent development from the Department of Transport, together with SFF, which is a state-owned company, we are ready today to bring in an FSRU, which will be used by Karpower. We will give them an allocation for them to service their power ships. It will also have enough capacity to build new markets, meaning that other additional clients that would want access to the gas.
Mr. Trebi, yes. Mr. Trebi, just hold on. Sorry to come in here. I need to make it clear what the proceedings are all about. For the past 5 or so minutes, you introduced the Tamasa project and what it entails and what you may allow or not allow. But today's hearing is not about any application regarding Tamasa that these stakeholders here are required to listen to or to provide input to. All that we are allowing stakeholders to do is to comment, assist the energy regulator with facts that would enable us to make an informed decision on the scope of the application that is before us. So if your presentation is going to align itself to the scope of what is before us for a decision, please do so. Otherwise, we cannot allow a situation where we listen to another project. Please indicate what is your status with regard to the applications that are before us, because the applications that are before us are not just about Karpowership bringing fuel and therefore asking DAMASA for access to its infrastructure that DAMASA seeks to build or anything like that. We don't have that kind of thing in the applications before us. Please try to align yourself. I'm giving you 12 more minutes to finish your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That was really part of the introduction so that you understand how DAMASA forms part of this engagement. What we would like to put on record is that we are not against the powerships, but what we are saying as DAMASA today is that we would like to see an open access terminal that does not prohibit competition, that encourages industrialization. And we believe that the current application as it stands today, it is anti-competitive and it does not assist in the job creation that is required. And lastly, we believe that NERSA needs to proactively consider an application or a process that seeks to industrialize and create the much required job opportunities. And I guess the last point is that the Section 79 that is required as per the license has been granted to DAMASA and its partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kedi, for your input. I would like to then request members to come in and ask questions. Mr. Mkize, followed by Mr. Kumede.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks to the presenter. I would just like to know if this intervention from their side applies to all the 3 ports that are mentioned here, or is only applicable to one, whether they would then require that they be, if not, maybe to say, will they be involved in all, or what is the situation? Because we cannot also talk at the same time about another application when we're busy dealing with one application before us. So this is just mainly my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkise. Mr. Kumet.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Trevi, you said, I think.
Yes.
I've got a couple of questions for you. The first one would be, would an approval of a floating infrastructure storage and regas close off the potential for on land if it's given to a different party? I'm asking, in the event that if for instance the energy regulator, and I'm not too sure actually, I wanted to clarify that with Karpowership. I'm going to pose this separately at the end, maybe in writing, to keep it, that there is in my mind there's an unclear 5-year, 20-year. I know that the gas to power project is 20 years, but I'm not sure about the gas side, whether is it 5 years or 10 years. But nonetheless, the question I'm asking, in the event that Karpowership was given a 5-year or whatever, was given a 5 or 20-year floating license, would that preclude or would that close off an opportunity for on land? Are those two mutually exclusive? That's the first one. The second one would be for the offshore facilities, for the floating facility, maybe just for my own information. Does an FSRU actually require a Section 79 approval? So that is the second question. The third question, which is more, I think, more strategic to you, maybe you can assist us with this as we deliberate as NERSA later on. Is this issue of first come, first serve as an approach for development of such key infrastructure? Because I guess, some people may disagree with this, but others perhaps do see gas as an integral part of the greener SA future in support of all of the non-dispatchable power, that gas will probably play a bigger part. Therefore, we need the gas infrastructure. But in respect of importing facilities, is this approach of a first come, first serve appropriate for South Africa? Or should we be looking at a different approach? It's just a strategic question to you. The last question that I have to you is, and this is now, it talks to the financial close for the Karpowership RMIPP project. Would if for instance this license, gas licenses were afforded to say Tamasa, would it allow Karpowership to close to reach financial close? As you know that they need to reach financial close and there's a period specified. Would this allow Karpowership to actually reach financial close? If not, what would you suggest Karpowership should do? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I do have about 3 questions from my side. I would like to start off with the issue of Section 79 of the Ports Act. On this issue, first of all, I would like to, before I pose the question, I would like to make it clear that in what we are supposed to consider in this application, the merits of the application, we need to be cautious about considering a future application that we don't have before us regarding the Section 79 issue that is being mentioned here. If that application now is something that needs to be considered at all. The second thing is that it is important for one to understand the context of the project that is proposed by Karpowership. It's within a specific process that is a closed process. That process was undertaken by the department in terms of Section 34 of the Electricity Regulation Act. And that project ran its course, and it closed by selecting preferred bidders. And the next step of that process is now the licensing aspect. So I wouldn't understand if now the project that was closed is competing necessarily with other projects. So I just want to understand how does the significance of Section 79 now, feature into this closed process that is done in terms of Section 34, which already selected preferred bidders that are before us for license. And that's the first thing about that Section 79. The context of it is very important. And the fact that now we are busy with this application. The second thing is how this Section 79 prevents Karpowership project in any way, or any future project, be it in Guga or Port of Guga, be it in Saldanha, be it in Richards Bay. In those 3 ports, it's important to explain how any Section 79 that is obtained by another entity prevents any future applications for operation of gas infrastructure in the ports. How does it prevent it? I would like to understand it. And linked to that, if it is prevented, what is the authority by any regulatory authority that then says that once you have that infrastructure in the ports, there is no other competing infrastructure that can be built in the ports or that can operate in the ports, such that the one that comes first becomes a natural monopoly. And in what sense then would it become a natural monopoly? I would like to understand that, because it will mean that if they cannot coexist, then we must be given reasons and what authority, what decision of any regulatory authority that says within the ports, only one infrastructure project of the particular magnitude that can be allowed, and they must not coexist because of whatever limitations that may have been pointed out. And then I would also like to understand, I think that's that. I think I'm covered with regards to the questions that I wanted to pose. Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, Chair. I see there's one more question. I don't know if maybe you want to take the question from Muzi first before I respond.
I will have a second round of questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe I'll start off with the questions around which specific port are we referring to? So we are referring to the port of Muga specifically, because that is where we have envisaged to have the project being built. There was a question around the FSRU, and we want to make it clear that why the FSRU is a main point that we are raising. In the port of Muga, you can have one FSRU sitting on one berth. So you cannot have two, meaning that if you have one applicant that sets up an FSRU for the next 20 years, they have sterilized the berth, meaning that if we're talking of creating an LNG hub, it can never be possible for the next 20 years, because this specific FSRU that is sitting there, it is sitting there specifically for one project. Whereas if there is an FSRU that is part of an open access project, it means that it can cater for the entire market. Therefore, the position of the FSRU, it is very critical, and hence we are raising this issue. On the matter of the first come, first basis, when we approached NERSA in 2015, we were told of the principle of first come, first serve. And we believe that when we came, we were the first ones. But we don't want to get into the merits of the application, because that is not what today is about. But that is a matter that NERSA needs to clarify quite clearly in terms of the first come, first serve basis. Mr. Muzi asked a question to say, if you have the section 79, Karpower needs to reach financial close. Is there an opportunity that exists that you can collaborate? I was listening very carefully to Mr. Mehta from Karpower. We are all about development. And if there is a requirement for Karpower to use the section 79 that is in existence today to get to financial close, I believe that we are open to those discussions and there will be no issue. All we are against is we want a port that will have third-party access, meaning that anyone should be able to develop LNG projects and have access to the port. And we believe that the current application prohibits that. Now, with regards to the significance of the section 79, We know that Section 79 gives you access to the berth. Now, if you look at the presentation that was done by Karpower earlier, it shows exactly the positioning of where the power ship will sit, the FSRU will sit, and the ship that brings in the LNG will sit. There is only one position in Kuka that allows for a big enough FSRU to sit. And that is the position that is presented to NERSA by Karpower. And we are saying that that cannot be allowed. It sterilizes the port. So that's what we are saying. With regards to whether it prevents the lack of Section 79 prevents access to the port, the answer is yes. You cannot access the port without the Section 79. And as we stand today, we went out on the advice of NERSA that for our application to be accepted, we must get a Section 79. So that's what we have today. And we are saying that we will be visiting NERSA shortly in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much for the responses. I just want to emphasize so that for anyone out there who may want to approach NERSA, that when you bring an application to NERSA, whether you bring it today and somebody brings it next week, the fact that you bring it today does not guarantee that you will get the license. What is key is that you must fully comply with the legal requirements that are in the Gas Act, as well as in the rules, in all respect. And this is not just directed to you, Mr. Klibi, but it is also for the benefit of all stakeholders. So if then there is a critical information that is prescribed in the rules, for instance, substantive requirement that is in the rules, which is the offtake agreements, for instance. If it's the offtake agreements, and now also we have, let's say we have Section 34 process. Section 34 process deals with that concern or that requirement of the offtake commitments that are prescribed in the law. I'm just giving an example, and I'm not saying that that is missing or that you don't have it when you approach NERSA in due course if you wish to do so. But the emphasis is about full compliance with the legal requirements. And thank you for your responses. And this application that is before us is in respect of Section 34, and you've provided your responses with regards to the questions that we have posed, and we thank you for your input and your contributions and your time for this hearing today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you. All right, we then move on to the next presenter, and the next presenter is NAFCOC, and I've got the name of Jefta Mtochwa, as well as Paul Mkwanazi. Right, Dr. Jefta Mtochwa, do you have any objections in taking the oath? Do you have any objection?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have, madam.
Thank you very much. Please raise your right hand, and do you... Oh, there's a delay. Do you solemnly declare that the facts you are going to present before this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Please state your name and your position at NAFCOC for the record.
Yes, my name is Jefta Mtochwa. I am the acting chief executive officer for KZN NAFCON, representing NAFCOC as a whole, ZN. So
Okay. Thank you very much. May you please switch off your camera now and start with your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay, just give me 1 second. I want to open the. Right. Right. Can we see the slide?
Yes, we can see it. You may proceed, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, and it is my honor to represent the FEX, a collective agreement, a collective statement regarding the application for Karpowership application. Before I go into detail, I just want to apologize for Mr. Mkwananzi. He could not make it because he's attending, he lost his mother, and there's a burial tomorrow. So I'll be doing that on my own. Let me just start off with what is NAFCOC. NAFCOC is a National African Federated Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Who are we? We are an organization which is an independent non-profit organization representing the interests of Black-owned small, micro, medium SME enterprises. And it serves the broader Black community in Richards Bay and surrounding areas. And that is for KZN. And our interest is that Karpowership, as indicated in the previous presentation, is 49% owned, Black owned. And we have an interest, and they become one of our interested stakeholders. And just for us to understand, because not all of us are aware of what is NAFCOC and where are we coming from. Is it an overnight or a green leaf organization? No. Let me just go through. I will not dwell much on the, I'll just go through. Its origin is 1940s, when before the democracy. And in 1964, they had a conference, and it was then named National African Chamber of Commerce. In 1968, it was then recognized by the government.
Doctor, sorry to interject. May you please put it on a presentation mode?
Oh, sorry. It's my sins. Okay, now thank you for that. And then, even if in the times when the apartheid will not allow the Black union of businesses to come together, we pressurized, we advocated until it was given a permission. And in 1969, a legislation was passed effectively allowing the business, Black business to unionize and to represent their issues. Naturally, the organization became involved in politics of the day by virtue of representing the issues that were not allowed by a system that was there. As I said, in 1965, Black traders in Soweto, led by Utata Richard Maponya, started to congregate and present these issues. And the traders sought to use NAFCOC as a vehicle to fight for their rights against the government that treated Black as second-class citizens. Our previous presidencies include people like Dr. Sam Mtsayonyane, Reverend Hlongwane, Patrice Mtsepe, Mrs. Nobuhle, and others, that we may get to know them as we get to know about NAFCOC. NAFCOC has evolved to be a big tent organization with various diverse interest groupings. One, it is one of the largest business chambers in South Africa with about 156,000 members. It is represented in all the provinces and is a member of the Black Business Council, the one that just presented prior to the other. We are affiliated to South African Chamber of Commerce, national forums, and other government structures, and we are partnership with SADC and other international donors. So I have talked about this one. It's going down. Sorry. Right. These are the members, the affiliate members of NAFCOC. What makes NAFCOC? NAFCOC is a confederation, and we have different sector members. So I will not go into detail about them. I will just speak about them. The South African Leisure Tourism Hospitality Association, the National African Federated Transport Organization, NAFTO, the NAFCOC Retail Chamber. We have the security and cleaning sector. We have the cooperative for hawkers and informal businesses, and we have the National Industrial Chamber. We also have, sorry about that, I hope it doesn't disturb anyone. We have the National African Farmers Union, and then we have the pleasure that we are associate and we are partners with proudly South African products, and we are proud to be associated with Switch Africa, the Green, and many other organizations whom we are dedicating to instill the much needed structure, support, and aggregation. Why then are we here? Why did we come to be participants or stakeholders into this? When we look at Africa, South Africa, this is about green energy, which is a green economy. And we can all agree that a green economy, what is green economy? And who are the players in the green economy? It is everyone across the board, from the community to the government. Historically, South Africa development path centered on the greenhouse gas emissions, which is in the intensive mining and energy industry. The present day South Africa government is committed to addressing the climate change through a just transition towards an inclusive, environmental, sustainable, and climate resilient economy. The transition is to a greener economy, is embedded in the national policy, which is driving the greening of the economy sectors to support the creation of greener, decent jobs, more energy, material efficient production processes, sufficiently less waste, pollution, and greenhouse emissions. So what is the NAFCON's interest? Our interest is based on our relationship with the government. We support government initiatives. We support government policies. And every engagement that we do, we want to see it that it is aligned, harmonized within the government policies. Where we feel there are need of reviewing the policies, we lobby the government. So South Africa is in a process in transition to low carbon and green economy. South Africa's commitment to greening the economy is expressed in its policy vision and was made evident through the level of green economy initiative accounted by the GEISA. What is GEISA? It's Green Economy Inventory of South Africa, which was done in 2016. In light of the country's recent ratification of the Paris Agreement and adoption of the 2030 Agenda, which is the SDGs, South Africa has embraced the view that economies and societies can develop while reducing adverse impacts on ecological system. To advance the agenda for the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, existing green economy activities and investment will have to be considerably expanded and upscaled. Insight drawn from the report, it is instrumental in understanding how the this exists within the SDG and the nationally determined contribution, and to meet all the parties to be participating and promote a local initiative, rather than to focus on green politics. So when we look at, when we analyze on these green economy programs or projects, the clean energy initiative, mainly renewable energy projects that focus on electricity generation, energy efficiency initiatives, is what we are discussing and presenting some of its socio-economic benefits. The renewable energy project, Karpowership, has potential for expansion because of the nature of the technology. This, I think, let me also come into where there was a question about on land and floating, which is offshore. And what is the advantages? We want also to protect the land. We don't have land does not expand. And if we put more infrastructure on land, we are taking land for agricultural purposes. But if we have the land into the infrastructure into the sea, then we are saving a little of the land that could be used for any other sectors. This infographic shows that some provinces, the infographics that is following after this one, it shows that there are active green economy programs that are in KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape. But our focus is on KZN and Western Cape, who we think they will benefit according to our discussion with Karpowership and Mpumalanga. And certain sectors are more active in other provinces, and I will not go much into that. Right. Then analysis of green energy, I'm talking of Eastern Cape, Free States, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga. These will directly or indirectly benefit with this 1,000 megawatts supply. How will why are they will benefit? Remember, we are not talking only on energy as an employment sector, but we are looking at various sectors that will benefit from the process of having consistent supply of electricity. The other speaker spoke about the disruption that happens with the towers, the network towers, if there is no electricity. So there is no network, they can't communicate, they can't do business. So if we have constant supply of electricity, agriculture, which is electrified, agriculture supply, and we have all the other programs that we are going to be doing in KZN, green KZN, then electricity becomes vital and it must be consistent. So when we analyze the activities that are happening in KZN and Eastern Cape, the figures, you could see that they are very inadequate to supply the electricity that we want across all the sectors. So I will not go into all that details, but I will want to people just to scan through and respond. I want to give more time to question and answers. And when we look at the category, which are the benefits of this? We're saying the supply will go into the national grid, smart grids and smart meters, and small-scale solar photo PVs will also be supplied, because we are not expecting that it will be one single port of energy, but we have other programs that will come inland. And we look at all those infrastructure that will be benefiting within the green energy. So let me, because this is just the presentation of our argument to engage, to say, why is this project important? And we looked at this one, but allow me to jump onto this one, to skip this one and come to this one. Why then, how are we going to be working with our view as NAFCO, focusing on Karpowership, strategic
areas of our interest, which is in our intervention. Promotion of knowledge management and sharing. Remember, we talked about, other presenters were talking about knowledge, capacity building, and skills and upscaling. This is where I say the Karpowership, a new initiative, will promote knowledge management and sharing to improve on their lessons learned from their program for other countries, for other provinces that are along the coastal to do a similar job with some lessons. It will also provide a lot of learning to NERSA on what is the best option given all this, and the learning will be available. It will also provide research, monitoring, and evaluation learning systems, which I've already spoken about. And what is also critical to us, strategic focus area, foster social dialogue and multi-stakeholder collaboration. What do I mean about this? We are NAFCO. We have different sectors that we are representing: transport, agriculture, building, engineering. And we also work with local municipalities in the process of working towards the LED, local economic development processes, and IDPs at local level. So that engagement is what we are looking at. And we also work with small businesses and work with communities. So we are looking at both spheres of development and communities. Stimulate cross-sectoral initiatives. That's what we have already spoken, that once energy is available, what are the benefits beyond the energy production and distribution? We have had voices speaking about constant supply of electricity without eruption that will bring other investors into that will create also more jobs to the communities, and small businesses that we represent will start to engage and participate. May I also say and indicate at this moment that our engagement with Karpowership is not only for this one, but it will go further to develop MOUs to see how can small businesses benefit in terms of working together, giving in service to them, and that is creating employment, that is creating job opportunity, that is establishing also the other businesses.
We have 4 minutes left.
We also are interested in the implementing of a just transition. Just transition, we all know what it all means. It's a sector that to implement a green economy, that is the country, the National Development Plan is unequivocally committed to a green economic transition that is just, ethical, sustainable, and socially inclusive. So the build and skills, we have talked about it, and support job creation, we also talked about it, but then that is the last point that we are presenting. The approval of this license for operation at the respective ports represent an important opportunity to resolve a dire situation that continues to affect our local communities. The country is facing a national economic and unemployment crisis that, with regard to power generation, and immediate and more sensible solution would be to ensure that there is no load shedding. Additional approval of gas will facilitate development of gas economy in South Africa. The approval of gas will also facilitate the growth expansion of respective economies. Remember, I'm saying economies at the ports and the surrounding, and the green economy. One of the longest list is it will assist in needed power to guarantee working conditions for businesses. I've spoken about that. And one thing that I'm saying, the approval of company projects in all 3 regions will result in them cumulatively providing up to 120. They have spoken about in many voices that have been over 500,000 homes will be having access to electricity that is not interrupted, especially when we look at other developments, because we are not looking at today, we are looking at the future. We realize that currently the situation and the trajectory, it shows that supply of oil will be more expensive, that ESCOM will be finding very difficult to find cheaper oil. So they will push the bag to the customers, and that will be expensive for the poor community. But if we have this alternative energy, it will supplement and contribute to the reduction of the cost to the other end, to the end users. So, Chair, a recent report from PW suggests that the country had experienced a collective of 859 hours of load shedding in 2020, which, according to the firm's calculation, it cost the country 75 billion in loss of GDP due to loss of electricity, load shedding, and it is continuing. So we are saying, would we not benefit enough if we all work together as stakeholders and consider what they need to improve? We engage Karpowership and engage them to address some of the critical issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, to say, may I again invite collaboration in dialogue and consultative manner, like what we did in 1994 in ushering democratic South Africa. All races, people raised above their egos and stood shoulder to shoulder to equality and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this presentation, because the rest of the other things I've been talking about it in conclusion. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your Please mute yourself, Dr. Mtocho. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I will invite the members of the regulator to ask questions with regards to the presentation that you shared with us. Are there any questions, members? By show of hands. If there are any questions of clarity from Dr. Mtocho. Thank you, Mr. Kumede. You may proceed, followed by Mr. Mkhize. Thank you.
Chairperson, I would actually just actually thank Mr. Mtocho for the Dr. Mtocho, sorry, for the presentation, but also just to then say I was hoping that perhaps he may have had the questions we posed to one of their members, the Black Business Alliance. Those two questions from my side: are you in support of the licensing being issued specifically to Karpower, or are you in support of gas licenses being issued for the three areas? So that is the first one, and I think I have elaborated what I meant by that. If perhaps they were listening, the one question though that I'd really like to pose directly to him, coming out of the second question I posed there, maybe to be more specific, do you believe, Dr. Mtocho, that the opportunities that may emanate for Black business in an FSRU offer type offer would be similar to those that could be offered that could be offered by on-land infrastructure, gas infrastructure development, both in terms of procurement opportunities as well as in terms of operations? I'm assuming that Karpower would not bring everybody would not bring the ships with operators and they bring their food, as in some domains some people do. That at least there may still be opportunities for local market participants. But I guess I'm just asking the question: do you believe that the opportunities presented by the FSRU approach would be similar to the opportunities offered by on-land? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kumede. Mr. Mkhize.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, Dr. Mtocho, for the presentation. A bit troubled by the fact that I do appreciate the presentation, but based on the question that you have also posed, to say that I think there's a need not to be stuck in what the intention was, but to consider what we are dealing with specifically, because as I said earlier on, the concept, the project is what has been dealt with. Now we're dealing with specific issues and specific licenses within that whole project. And therefore, if they can assist in terms of zooming in with respect to those specifics. And I'm appealing to the next presenters, because I hope they are also in here. I think maybe we've got last 3 or so. If they can just be able to adjust their presentation to talk to these issues, irrespective of how they had prepared their presentations. And then the next thing, which is the last issue I want to raise with Dr. Mhlosho, is specifically to ask him to say, are there any conditionalities that he still thinks they need to be imposed in terms of realizing the socio-economic benefits that he is highlighting are going to emanate from this project? For example, are we likely to get the kind of employment opportunities, the vendor development opportunities as promised, and what should be done with respect to that? Or if he feels that the current setup or agreements or whatever that is in place now suffices. Just want to get the clarity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkhize. My question, I would like to check with you the concern raised by one of the presenters earlier on. I think it was Damasa, in relation to the size of this project and the model that has been proposed, the business model proposed here, vis-a-vis the potential deterrence of any further investments in big gas infrastructure projects for the development of the gas industry in South Africa. So I just want to hear you on that concern. Is it something that the regulator should we worry about this project? That given, firstly, the fact that it's going to be there if it is approved, say for 20 years. And now in the ports where this infrastructure is supposed to operate, it will have to operate utilizing one berth. And it appears from the concern that there will not be any other option for any potential project in the ports. And thirdly, if that is the case, then from our side, we should then ask ourselves whether this kind of a project, given its size, given the duration of the operation, and perhaps some exclusivity, won't we worry that we might not be able as a regulator to facilitate investments through the ports for development of the gas industry, if this is the size of the project that is going to operate there, such that the expansion will be difficult to achieve if it's already in operation. And therefore, it may mean that it presents a constraint to the development of the gas industry in South Africa. Is that something that you have given a thought about? And given the proposed model of the project, do you think that is the likely effect of this project? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions, and I would want to respond to, if I may not address precisely some of the comments.
Please activate your camera, sir, please, so that you improve the transmission, please.
Deactivate what? Can you hear me now?
Yes, the video. Please deactivate your video. You may respond. Just deactivate your video.
Okay. Okay. Eish.
Proceed, sir. Please proceed.
You are on mute.
Baba Mkosha, Kubeka Tata.
Okay, now I'm okay. Now the answers to that, my response is yes. We see the project benefiting the communities around, and participating economies will also benefit a lot around. That is our view as NAFCO. For the sake of, because of the reasons I mentioned, that we are going to have a further MOU and an understanding and partnership in some of the areas that we may want them to reach out to benefit the small business communities, including the workers. Yes, it's on land, but we would not see them, as they indicated in their presentation, that some of they will review issues of exclusiveness to also include including other partners, and have some modalities that allow other participants. Because of our policy and our constitution, that we cannot allow monopoly in any other business sector, because we are developing, we are not going to be static. So I understand from their presentation, when the questions were raised, that they are going to review and submit a revised approach on how the modalities to accommodate other incoming or other people that may be participating at that side. And that I have also answered the conditionality part of it. And the issue of the license for 3 years, I just want to answer it together with what other people have already said, that in business, if you provide a 5-year license, it means that the investor will be anxious, all the other stakeholders will be anxious to say in 5 years they need to have their return on investment within that period in case anything changes. So that brings anxiety to business communities. But if they are given 20, and in that scenario again, they will then, if they are given 5 years or 10 years, they will pass all the other costs to the consumers, which is expensive, which is not to our communities as we know them. But a longer term will help them, will remove the anxieties, will also make them mitigate some of the cost to get the cost onto the end users. So that is our position. That is our understanding. The other nitty-gritties of what we aim for is that whatever they are presenting, it should be in consultation, in dialogue, and within the concept and the context of our laws, our regulation. And we are not promoting anything that is outside the laws. So in that case, we definitely would want to benefit not only one sector, but all other sectors that I have in. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your views, Dr. Mkosha. Siyabonga kakhulu ngesikhathi sakho baba nokuthi ube khona nezimvo zakho siyazibonga kakhulu. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we then proceed to the next presenter, and that is Best Forum. And I've got the names of Hossein Padayashi, as well as Spiwe Gyanjis and Andile Matlebe. I'm not sure if all of them are going to present, but you have 20 minutes. And I would like you to then start at 26 minutes past 3. Can you please activate your camera so I can see if you are available?
Good day, Chairperson. I am here. Yeah, it seems the camera cannot be activated. I don't know if it's from your side, perhaps, but I'm clicking on it and it doesn't show the camera. Okay, are you going to do the presentation? I'm going to do the presentation, yes. Okay, then no problem. But you have inconvenience because I have to see you, because everybody needs to see you, exactly. And so that you can raise your right hand, and then we administer the oath. Yes, it seems it's a technical problem because it shows turn camera on. There's still it doesn't give me access to turn it on. So I'm not sure if it perhaps the chairperson can activate it from your side. I'm not sure about that. Are you able to advise Mr. Gerald Mateja what the stakeholder may do to try and activate the camera? Mr. Mateja, are you able to advise? Thank you. From my side. From his side, okay. All right. Can you please again, Mr. Padiash? Yes, I'll just click on it again. Unfortunately, it still shows it's restricted. The camera icon shows, but there's a diagonal line crossed over it, which means I can't open it. Mr. Chokwe, can I proceed?
Chairperson, you can proceed. You can proceed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Padayashi, do you have any objections in taking the oath? No, Chairperson. All right, thank you very much. I hope that as I will administer the oath, you will raise your right hand at this moment. And do you solemnly declare that the facts that you are going to present before the panel today is the truth and the whole truth? I do, Chairperson. Thank you. Please state your full name and your designation at Best Forum for the record. Hussein Padiachi, and I'm currently the chairperson of Best Forum. All right, thank you very much. You may proceed with your presentation. Starting right now. It's 28:03. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd just like to give an introduction to Best Forum. Best Forum stands for Black Entrepreneurs Stand Together. That is what Best Group stands for. We are a registered Black Business Forum, established, and we've been operating for quite a few years. We have a large membership of Black SMEs, comprising of companies owned by women and mostly young people. As a forum, we understand the difficulties that our SMEs are currently facing daily and how many of them have become survivalist companies because of COVID-19 and the load shedding for the past few years. We are actively involved in our communities through
development projects such as social upliftment, and we work very closely with local NGOs. Firstly, we are business people, but primarily our main focus is always being community activists. We are more interested in the benefits with this presentation, looking at the benefits of small businesses and community employment. I'm not going to profess that I'm by any means an expert or very knowledgeable about energy affairs, but I'm an authority and I have enough knowledge of our SMMEs and the way they are trying to seek opportunities in our local economic climate, as well as how our communities are trying to survive every single day. I will therefore not even try to go into the technical side of these gas applications, as my fellow speakers has, I think, more ample experience and knowledge with regard to energy matters. For me, it is about employment for our communities, especially our women-owned businesses, employment for our youth in our communities. We will always have resistance and intense opposition from environmental groups, and I do agree with some of the opinions and the concerns. We only ask from them to be very objective and also even-handed in their approach to environmental issues. It should not be a one-sided affair and us against them. However, be that as it may, we only have one Earth, and we need to protect any environmental concerns that will impact on fauna, flora, as well as us as humans. That is a given, and our support to Karpowership does not mean that we do not care about the environment and the impact that the license applications may have on the environment, which is why our support is placed in the assurance that our government has put sufficient legislation in place to ensure that the environment and all health impacts are mitigated and any fears of environmental damage are allayed. If I look at the license condition imposed by NERSA on Karpowership for the different applications for the harbors, then I cannot fathom how Karpowership will be able to circumvent to do what they want to do unilaterally against legislation. If we look at the Gas Act of 2001, it says the applicant must permit any person authorized in terms of the Act at any reasonable times to enter any property on which a licensed activity is taking place. It shows to us that there will be sufficient due diligence from the regulatory authorities to ensure Karpowership adheres to legislation. Also, I see in section 14.1, it states that the licensee must operate, maintain, decommission, recommission, and abandon liquefaction facility in accordance with the relevant and applicable standards and codes, including those listed in Annex E. If I examine Annex E, it gives us the general codes and standards that the applicant must comply with, and it is a vast range of quality and safety management standards. The applicant must comply with other relevant legislation, including but not limited to the following: the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the National Environmental Act, the Environmental Conservation Act, the Gas Act, National Health Act, to name but a few that they must adhere to, but a few that the applicant must comply with. This shows us that the government has ensured that before such licenses are approved, that the environment as well as humans are not going to be impacted negatively. To show how crucial this environment is to us as well as the environmentalists, I would like to add the following on a personal note. As a Muslim, I cannot do this presentation and not explain how we also value the environment. The Quran, our holy book, and our constitution have a number of chapters named after a few animals and chapters named the elephant, the spider, the cow, and also the fig tree. The Quran says that Allah, the God, our God, is the creator of the world. Human beings are on this world as trustees or vice regents. They are told not to look, they are told to look after the world for the future. Muslims believe that all people are the guardians of the planet and have a duty and responsibility for its care. Our Holy Prophet says, the earth is green and beautiful, and Allah has appointed you stewards over it. The whole world has been created a place of worship, pure and clean. If a Muslim plants a tree, or any human being plants a tree and sows a field, and humans and beasts and birds eat from it, all of it is love on his part. So we can see, therefore, it's incumbent upon us as humans not to just willy-nilly support Karpowership in these gas applications, but also to look at legislation to ensure that the environment as well as human beings are going to be protected. According to the Sunday Times of March 2022, it says that it's going to cost Eskom 300 billion rand to bring in coal-fired power stations in line with the minimum emission standards. The lawyers for the Center for Environmental Rights refers to a 2017 study that says 2,239 human deaths are attributable to coal-related air pollution in South Africa, as well as 9,500 cases of bronchitis amongst children between the ages of 6 to 12. So what are some of the benefits of LNG? Whether it is produced via conventional or renewable methods, the advantages of natural gas as an alternative fuel includes its domestic availability, established distribution network, relatively low cost, and emission benefits. Using natural gas and other alternative fuels and advanced technologies to reduce fuel consumption continues to strengthen national security and reduce transportation energy costs for businesses as well as consumers. LNG is currently the cleanest fossil fuel. As the cleanest fossil fuel, natural gas plays a significant role in improving the environment by reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. LNG terminals have been operating safely in Europe for more than 50 years as a reliable source of energy. For business, unreliable electricity results in increased running costs, reduced productivity, and less profitability. The power outages in South Africa has caused many businesses in all kinds of sectors, from retail to service, manufacturing, and industry, to lose significant profits. It is estimated that the loss to South Africa's businesses and industries that battle scheduled power cuts is about 1 billion rand per state per day. For some firms, spending money on backup generators is an expensive exercise, but becomes a necessity, and thereby reducing the amount they spend on more profitable investments. We are cognizant of the fact that we have a national crisis with regard to power generation. Households and businesses are plagued by unplanned, unpredictable power outages that can last for hours. The fact of the matter is that Eskom does not have the means or ability to provide adequate electricity to power our economy into the future. A national grid powered by large power stations cannot be our primary source of power. This program, which Karpowership has been chosen to play a central role in, offers us the opportunity to bring to an end to entire stages of load shedding. The projects are in line with South Africa's future goals, and through the use of liquefied natural gas, addresses many of the concerns raised by environmentalist groups of the need for a just transition to cleaner energy sources. SMEs are the lifeblood of our country, and we must safeguard programs that prioritizes their survival. We are unapologetic in our stance to fight for the inclusion of Black SMEs in the mainstream economy. We were always left behind with the crumbs that fall off the table. We will support Karpowership for the opportunities it will bring to ensure that we are not left behind with nothing when big corporates come into our areas and leave with all the money and leaving us worse off than before. Karpowership brings hope in a time when a large percentage of our SMEs are struggling to survive, and many more might not even make it through COVID-19. Our SMEs are hopeful that NERSA will also take heed of the detrimental impact and bleak prospects our SMEs will endure if NERSA allows such a great opportunity to slip through our proverbial fingers. We as business people and community are in total support of the applications of Karpowership because it will boost the local economy, ensure employment opportunities, and allow SMEs to grow and develop through Karpowership's development programs. As a business forum, and as I said, mostly social activists, we need we take heed of the ever-increasing unemployment rate facing our country. This is a huge crisis that needs a solution urgently. Businesses are not doing well. Employment rate keeps rising. The poorest of the poor keeps on being poor. So I would like to raise the question to the speakers here today. Given the dire state of our economy, the impact of the climate change seen all across the world, and the endemic levels of poverty seen across our country, are we really in a position to reject a project that will not only transition us away from dirty coal, but also inject much needed foreign direct investment into the country, and most importantly, help stabilize the energy grid? We as Best Forum, as well as community activists, have actively engaged Karpowership and have been encouraged by the stated commitments to skills transfer, local procurement, and local investment. It is anticipated that the Saldanha project, in particular where we are based, will result in a significant number of temporary employment as well as long-term jobs encompassing construction, operations, and management being created in the region. This does not even account for the many indirect jobs that will be created through SMME, upskilling, and empowerment. We need NERSA to earnestly consider approval of these licenses because of the difference it will bring to a region where socioeconomic problems are rife and where such investments bring hope. We as businesses and community-based organizations will hold Karpowership to account in contributing to technical education to support economic, educational, and professional development in the areas adjacent to the harbour. In closing, we request NERSA to take a rational and reasonable decision by approving Karpowership's license applications for these harbours. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karpowership, for your presentation and sharing your views and what you believe the project will assist the communities and the members of Best Forum that you represented. Thank you very much for sharing your views. I would like to then invite my colleagues to ask for questions of clarity from the presenter, if any. Mr. Tolle, please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Mr. Karpowership for his presentation. In his presentation, he indicated that there is a need to look at legislation to ensure that the environment is protected when considering this application. I just want to find out from him that does he believe then that an offshore operation would be compliant with environmental legislation or not? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Tolle. If no further questions from the members, I would like to again ask you, Mr. Karpowership, to respond to that question from Mr. Tolle, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if I look at the legislation that Karpowership has to adhere to with regard to the applications and for an offshore operations, it's impossible or very difficult for them to transgress any rules because I must say I have my confidence in our government. I have confidence in our institutions that regulate businesses, that regulate our environmental issues. And I'm sure that through these regulatory authorities, they will be able to comply with regard to legislation and environmental issues. So our confidence is in all these acts that we have, in all these regulatory legislation, and I'm sure it's going to be very difficult for anybody that goes into this space to really transgress the legislation.
Thank you very much for that clarification and the response. We thank you for your time, sir. We are now moving on to the next presenter, and that is the African National Congress. I have the name of Nkosinathi Nzimande. Please, sir, may you activate your camera so we can be able to see you. Do we have Mr. Nkosinati? Please raise your hand if you are in, Mr. Nkosinati. Mr. Nzimande. Mr. Mabunda, do we have Ndimande?
Yes, yes, I am around. Yes, Chair, I'm around.
Okay.
It's only that the camera is giving me problem to be activated. I'm just trying to activate it.
All right.
Yes, Chair. Seemingly, it doesn't want to be activated.
We just want to make sure that we speak to the right person that is representing the organization there, in the event of having two or more Nkosinathi Nzimande.
Yes, Chair. But there's one thing that one wants to correct first, maybe before we move on. Earlier on, I sent an email to the secretary indicating that there was an error in terms of the representation. I'll be not representing the African National Congress, but I'll be representing King Cetshwayo Development Forum.
All right. Just on to that. All right. You'll correct it for the record. But before anything that you've said now, we are kind of going to disregard it so that you can put it, you can say it under oath when you confirm your portfolio and the organization that you represent. So let's proceed then. Do you have any objections in taking the oath?
No, I don't have any, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Please raise your right hand, and I trust that you will.
Yes,
thank you. Do you solemnly declare that the facts that you are going to share with this panel today is the truth and the whole truth? It seems he has been disconnected. May you confirm, Mr. Mateja? Okay.
Which is just giving a problem.
Okay.
So, yes, I declare, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Please state your full names as well as your designation and the organization that in the organization that you represent.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Nkosinathi Nzimande. I happen to be the member of the King Cetshwayo Development Forum, responsible for the transformation wing of it. And then I think, Chair, it would be proper for me to explain who we are as a forum or as an organization. King Cetshwayo Development Forum is just an organization that is not that much old. It was just founded in 2015 by like-minded people with solely an aim to fast-track the socio-economic development of the area where we are and to drive the growth and development for our communities through sustainable business projects and programs. So it is because of that reason, as an organization, we have a special interest in the application, more especially the Richards Bay one, because that is where we are situated as an organization, in the district of King Cetshwayo, where Richards Bay is. Okay. Chair, as an organization, we are mindful of what is taking place in our space as a district, in the whole of this province where we are, and the rest of the country as well as internationally. That is why we are just really aware that as a country, we're just having a serious national energy crisis, but especially on the side of power generations. which I think this has been the challenge that has been staying with us for quite some time now, and it has just caused a lot of woes for both businesses as well as the ordinary community members, because both as business and community members, we endure serious inconveniences because of the electricity shutdowns and so forth that takes place from time to time due to energy crisis that we have in the country. We are just also aware that apart from the 10% of electricity produced by your independent power producers, as well as alternative energy generation means, we are aware that 90% of electricity generation in the country, it falls squarely on the hands of ESCOM. And we are also, through our readings, I think we have read one of the scientific analyzed information written by the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, whereby we were told what we already knew, that it is on record that load shedding in 2019 alone resulted to blackouts totaling to 530 hours. And recently we have experienced a stage 6 load shedding, which meant over a third of ESCOM total capacity was offline. So basically, what is it? This electricity uncertainty and reliability, what is it basically that is just doing to us? How does it affect us, more especially the local business of where I am? First of all, we need to be mindful that King Cetshwayo, it's one of the areas that houses one of the special economic zone in the form of Richards Bay, IDZ. So definitely, IDZ, for it to operate, it needs investors. So investors, they will always be interested in knowing about electricity, stability, and so forth. So it will be very difficult for them to invest where there is no electricity stability. So, and as a region or as a district, basically, we do understand the suffering and the impacts that this load shedding is causing, more especially our area. It's characterized by 27 to 30% of manufacturing activities that takes place within our area. We are just aware that at a bigger scale, due to load shedding, South Africa's business and industries, they are battling seriously. As a result, as a country, we are losing seriously. I think more or less 1 billion per day because of the load shedding. Putting aside the investment now, our local industries, they have to make in terms of coming up with backup generators, coming up with alternative electricity generation means. And on the other side, definitely load shedding has been affecting us seriously. Also, again, I think I would like to put it to attention of the regulator that as a region, we are housing #1 customer of ESCOM in the form of South 32. South 32 is the highest consumer of electricity across the country, basically. So it is housed here. So definitely, that's also on its own. It shows that how much do we really need an alternative energy supply as an area. Despite that, I've already said that we've got lots of manufacturing companies or industries. Manufacturing makes the biggest sector of our local economy. So due to load shedding, there's a serious loss of production, loss of revenue in different ways. At a community level, where I'm just coming from, I think 3 weeks ago, electricity damaged number of electronics. So there were a number of complaints that had to be taken to the councillor, where they were just complaining about the electronics that have been damaged by electricity. So, but despite all those challenges that one has alluded to, it is clear that ESCOM, being responsible for 90% of power production, doesn't have any capacity at the moment to put an end to this crisis that we have as a country. As a forum, we strongly believe that this mitigation program that have been developed by the Energy Department, of which Karpowership South Africa has been chosen to also play a role in this program. We believe that such kind of program will offer solution to our crisis energy, and basically because what it will do, it will put an end to this energy crisis. And also, again, we do believe that it does put our country in a right path towards green energy as it is required by the National Development Plan. We do believe that these current power cuts, they are not only posing a threat to current jobs, but even the possible job opportunity that could be employed, as I've said, that we are housing SEZ here. So it also really poses a serious threat for job opportunities that might be created. And basically, for us as ordinary community members, we suffered also a lot, just like business is just suffering. Where I'm just coming from, every day at 5 o'clock, it's either to 9, or it's in the morning or in the afternoon. We've got what is called load reduction, apart from load shedding. So we know that every day we've got 4 hours of power outage, which I think that on its own is a serious indictment. And again, we are just aware that Federation of Governing Bodies of South Africa has also indicated the damage that the power shedding is creating to the education system, which is already affected by number of hours that have been lost due to COVID-19. So we can't afford to lose any hours or time anymore. But apart from that, what is good? What makes this application of special interest to us? It's because we've engaged with Karpowership as a forum, and they've actively we were encouraged basically by their stated commitments to skill transfer, local procurement, and investment generally. But also, we believe that with their presence in our area, it offers possibilities of getting into agreement with our Umfolozi TVET that has already started offering maritime studies. I think with their presence here, I think that can also offer opportunities for our TVET students to get an exposure in terms of maritime per se. But we are also encouraged by the number of long-term jobs, about 480 jobs that we were promised that they can be created through this project, which encompasses construction, operation, and management, basically, of the project. This doesn't account for many indirect jobs that will be created through SMMEs, upskilling, and empowerment. Definitely, as a forum, we are just quite aware. We know that SMMEs are the lifeblood of this country, because they are the only hope now for job creation, basically. So we believe that the presence of Karpowership in our shores will really assist. We see it as a good program that will ensure the survival of the SMMEs. So as a forum, we are proud to welcome Karpowership into our community because it will boost the local economy. It will ensure employment opportunities, and it will also allow SMMEs to grow and develop through Karpowership development programs. So in closing, Chairperson, we request NERSA to be reasonable and approve Karpowership South Africa license application for all 3 sites, including ours. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nzimande, for your views and for the presentation and for the time that you have assigned and spent on this public hearing. I would like then to ask the members if they have any questions of clarity from you, from the presentation that you have just shared with us. If there's any specific question, members, by show of hands. I'm able to see who, Mr. Kumede. Mr. Kumede, please go ahead. Can't see the slide.
Chair, thanks, Chairperson. And I'd also like to say there's a bit of feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but just to like to thank Perpetua for the presentation. And so it's not really a question, but maybe just a comment that says, Perpetua, we really appreciate that and the role that you see that can be played by gas to power. I guess the question that I'll still want to pose, Perpetua, is one that says, gas to power is one part, but do you as the forum think it is advisable for all of the gas to power related infrastructure to be concentrated into one entity? That is, the actual IPP itself, which would be floating, number one. But secondly, also the infrastructure itself, the gas infrastructure now, that all of the gas infrastructure licenses to also go to the same. Is there, in terms of risk mitigation as a country, should we not be looking at diversifying that risk? Mbongiba.
Thanks, Chair. I think maybe I can answer now. It could have, under normal circumstances, it could have been desirable to have diversification, but in our case at the moment, it's an abnormal kind of a situation. And I do believe that there's nothing wrong, basically, if we do give gas to power to one entity like Karpowership, because taking from their own experience in other parts where they've been involved, and really, I think their experience will be necessary for skills transfer. I believe that one area is the forum that will just focus to will be the skills transfer area, so that we ensure that by the time that the project itself gets into in its closing period or termination period, lots of skills would have been retained or learned by the local people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nzimande, for your response and for your time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the very last presenter, and that is Dynamic Energy Consultants. We have Daryl Hunt, Mr. Daryl Hunt. Don't need to show my face. You do know me, Mr. Hunt, and thank you for your time. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare that the facts that you are going to share with this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. Please state your name and your designation at Dynamic Consultants for the record, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Hunt. I'm an independent consultant from Dynamic Energy Consultants.
Thank you so much. You have 20 minutes from now. You may start with your presentation.
Can I check? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Excellent. So just to say, it's got a very similar look and feel to a similar presentation which I did at the time of the power generation license last year. So it has been modified slightly with an emphasis now on the LNG and LNG infrastructure, gas infrastructure side of the fence. But just to, again, provide context for my presentation, my comments are meant to be constructive and participative. You know, this is not an objection that I'm raising. No one's paid me to be here. No one's asked me to be here. So I do believe my comments are independent. And I do rather emphasize inquiry than advocacy, because I think there are a lot of questions out there in this program, and we've seen it during the course of today as well. So I will ask some administrative questions, which are obviously NERSA's domain, but then also there are some questions to the executive who I think are watching in as observers, because there might have been, or have there been, some potential unintended consequences coming from the program, as we've seen from some of the earlier discussions. So this is a very busy slide, and it's just a little bit more complicated than the gentleman from Karpower who showed nice pictures with the FSRU, the gas pipelines, the floating power plant, and then the hookup onto the grid. But the key thing here is that I'm trying to depict the different legal structures or legal entities, their relationship with each other, and their approvals and licenses that are required, because they are numerous. So we did get the green light on the generation license last year. That's already in place. The Section 79 direction and Section 56 lease from the Port Authority is not known, although we did have quite a revelation from one of the earlier presenters today. But in the context of Karpower, we don't know what the status of that is as it relates to the floating power plant and to the FSRU itself. And then the purpose and then I also skip over here. We haven't seen any evidence yet of an LNG import registration, which is quite interesting because it's also quite an important part of the approvals which are required. So that also is something which we don't know the status of. But today's hearing relates to, as we know, storage and regas licenses, trading license for NERSA, and then the distribution pipeline licenses. So that's just showing you how much is out there that needs to be put in place. And our focus today is only on a few of those, but there is a key question in my mind around the NERSA LNG import registration. Let's just go straight into LNG pricing in the risk mitigation program. And it certainly has created quite a lot of uncertainty. In the initial bid documentation that was sent out, there was a formula which was based on what was called Japan CIF pink sheet. And basically this was where the LNG would have been imported by the seller, and by the seller here we mean the seller of power. And this was sort of like a bundle concept. Then there were some clarification meetings which came into play, and there was an update from clarifications that were distributed. And then the concept was introduced of if a seller's fuel supplier is licensed under the Gas Act, then the fuel supplier's maximum price shall be regulated by NERSA in terms of the methodology approved in March of 2020. And also very specifically, it states that the FCR, or the fuel charge rate, excludes fixed costs, and specifically items such as FSRU costs and any transportation costs. But the methodology also explicitly says, well, I should maybe rephrase that, also suggests that JKM should be used as the benchmark for new entrants into the market. So there's this dual concept on the one hand of JKM versus, on the other hand, Japan CIF for these two different types of structure. And based on the license applications received for power generation and now for these gas licenses, the assumption is that we are dealing with a fuel supplier licensed under the Gas Act that will be selling to the power project. Even though they are related entities, they are different legal entities. So we have this construct of uncertainty about what happens to Japan CIF and what happens to JKM and what's the relevance of it. So the important thing to understand is JKM is a spot price index. Spot pricing accounts for 30 to 35% of global LNG, global LNG trade. And that does mean by default that actually roughly 65% of trade is contracted on a term basis. And Japan CIF is a proxy for a term price, whereas JKM is a proxy for spot prices. Now, when the bid documentation was released to the market in April 2020 as a reference date and a reference point, JKM was $2 a BTU, and Japan CIF was $10 a BTU. But of course, being a spot index, when the market is long, that spot index will tend to be low. And when the market is short, that spot index will tend to be high because it's revealing the cost of the marginal molecule in the global LNG market. So even before the geopolitical tensions which unfolded in this year, this chart only goes till 2020, we can see how the spot index has literally gone off the charts, such that if we are now pricing the molecules, the LNG molecules with a April 2020 reference point, it's now equivalent in December would have been $34, almost $35 compared to CIF, which has gone to $15.32. So it just shows you potentially a flaw in the procurement as selecting a date as in a point of time rather than averaging it out for a previous calendar year, for example, and then using that as the reference point, because this must be creating a very, very different pricing proposition for the shortlisted bidders relative to their bid price from April 2020. So in a nutshell, therefore, I then come up with some key administrative questions. How will NERSA be able to consider these various gas license applications in the absence of the Section 56 approval or 79 direction in terms of the Ports Act from the Minister of Transport? Would NERSA be able to make the license application decision in the absence of an LNG importation registration? Is it required? Has it already been received? Or what is the status of the LNG import registration? And then we know that as I've just illustrated in the previous slide, there are challenges and issues we are dealing with as a collective, as industry, as regulator, as customers, as advisors about the methodology, and then we're very mindful of the discussion document which is out for consideration, and I think comments are due by the 11th of April, where we have to precisely revisit or think about this methodology again. And the question then has to be asked, if that methodology is going to change, what will the impact be on this project? And I do just want to sort of go backward for 1 second, because it is important to say this in the bid documentation, it did say there that it will be based on the methodology as approved or an amendment thereof. And it does look like an amendment might be coming. The question is, would that still make this a clever procurement given the reference date of April 20, when we were all sitting at home watching Netflix, compared to right now where the world is in turmoil? So that is the thrust of my questions I would ask to the administration, to the administrative aspect. And then similarly, could there be any obligation and or desire for public consultation and potential delays to FID or financial close? And I've put here 30 April. I think the official number is still 31 March, which is in a week's time, or just a little bit less than a week. And here I'm asking specifically around LNG import registration. Does that need to be in place? And might it be prudent to first understand and comprehend changes to the methodology? There's been quite a few questions asked about capacity, third-party access, and the like. So what I've done here is I've just taken from Karpower's license application, which was very comprehensive. a quick summary of the 3 FSRU vessels which they are proposing to deploy in each of the ports. And I take my emphasis to the last 2 lines over here, which I do put with an asterisk, and I do say here it's a broad brush estimate. So it could be wrong, but it's more about the principle and order of magnitude that's important. Basically, what if these vessels are deployed as required for Karpower application in power generation for its related Karpower ships, that would leave spare capacity of roughly 17 petajoules per annum at Richards Bay, 164 petajoules at Kucha, and 8 petajoules at Saldanha. And we say that, this is said, however, with italics from Karpower, who say this excess regas capacity cannot be used as the additional capacity can only be produced regasified pressures of 40 bar to 100 bar, and there is no gas connection in place to allow the export of gas at this pressure. So this is an ideological hypothetical number, because indeed it does need a high pressure connection associated with it. But the point I'm driving at is, for the selected vessels at each of the ports, the capacity, the spare capacity is roughly 20 petajoules for Richards Bay and 8 for Saldanha, when Richards Bay, as we know, has different markets, opportunities, and Saldanha has different. And I'll get to that in subsequent slides. So the question then is, what are the implications of having one FSRU in each of these ports? Is this a good thing? And I say absolutely, it is a good thing in theory, because it's good for growth of gas markets. And very importantly, one mustn't underestimate the importance of having a fully commissioned, fully financed asset, which is in place and is hence de-risked. So you don't have the project financing risk that goes with that. But as has been asked and discussed intensely in this hearing today, there is no mandatory requirement for third-party access in terms of the Gas Act, although it can be negotiated between LNG terminals and owners. So it's not an obligation, and it might be that NERSA would like to see it, but I'm not sure that would be legally enforceable. There is an extract of text from Karpower's application, which I'd like to quote, and it might be quoted out of context. And if it is the case, then I ask Karpower to forgive me, but it was said there that it says, to be clear, the stored and regasified LNG will be for the sole use of Karpower SA Fuel Services or its 100% affiliates, which are owned by the same direct parent company. So I say here, Karpower would not be acting illegally nor unreasonably if it did not wish to grant third-party access to others. But as we saw from the previous slide, the estimates of spare capacity suggest a very limited opportunity based on the vessels which Karpower is choosing to deploy in these ports. And so then that leaves the next point, which is, okay, let's maybe think of some additional FSRUs, or the conversation today has even gone to, should we be considering land-based terminals? I then say, however, if more than one FSRU cannot be technically accommodated in each of these points, then there is the possibility that future non-power and power procurement programs will become sterilized or create captive markets. And I say that because in Richards Bay, subject to marine traffic studies, it is possible for 2 FSRUs, but that would need to be validated by marine traffic. LNG carriers have very stringent operational codes. They need 3 or a certain amount of bollard pull tugs available to them. And if you were having 2 or 3 simultaneous or 2 simultaneous LNG carriers in port, you'd probably need at least 6 tugs, which I don't think are available in the port. So the point is, marine traffic studies would need to validate the coexistence of 2 FSRU berths, because they cannot be one and the same. Other speakers have already indicated that you can't do more than one in Kucha, and similarly, I also believe you won't be able to do more than one in Saldanha. Interesting that in the Karpower presentation, we now see that the floating power plant, the Karpowership, is now sitting on the other side, on the eastern side of the breakwater, and not the western side. So it does give questions or shows issues around congestion and traffic. So, and I'm getting towards the end, Chair, and this is quite important. I say, because the RMI4P is technology agnostic with an emphasis on emergency, has the realization been made that a future technology-specific procurement program which requires LNG import infrastructure as part of its solution could be sterilized or give rise to a captive supply situation. And let's look at the reality of what's happening around us. In Richards Bay, the speaker before me spoke of great passion for the jobs and the need for power there. It could also be running out of gas by 2025, 2026 because of the existing constraints from Pandetemane in Mozambique and Sasol's methane-rich gas from Secunda. That's a 20 petajoule market that could be running out. There's customers that could be supplied in Gauteng and Mpumalanga, a little bit further to reach by pipeline, but it could go up Lily, but there's market potential. Fuel switching at Avon, an existing station using expensive diesel, which can convert it to natural gas. And then there's also Eskom, which has existing transmission assets and power generation assets, which it wishes to offer to the just energy transition at, for example, the Kamati 1000 project. So those are things to think of, for example, in Richards Bay. Coming to Saldanha, we know that Eskom's Ankerlig imminently wishes to go and inquire in the market to switch fuel from diesel to natural gas. Very interesting observation in recent past is the recent CEF RFP, which was 4 weeks long, so for binding proposals, 4 weeks, to procure a gas aggregator partner in parallel to the IPP Office Gas Independent Power Program, which we're expecting towards the end of this year. Now, to do a 4-week procurement for a binding offer for a gas aggregator is very interesting. Why has that happened, and what is behind that? And then I say, in the absence of an explicit gas master plan, because that's still under development, does having a technology agnostic project declared as a strategic infrastructure project as a basis for a Section 79 ministerial directive then negate the need for competitively and transparently procured what is actually a technology specific requirement? And this infrastructure could be vital for the strategic importance of our future energy supply. And I talk here not only from a power perspective, but also gas. And then the last question, and not to dwell on it too much, I've mentioned it already, NERSA's methodology is clearly presenting challenges none of us had foreseen. Then there is a discussion document out, but is that uncertainty or the levels of pricing creating, and I say the untenable, but an unaffordable situation for the buyer? I did hear the Karpower representative saying earlier that there are commodity cycles and there's boom and bust. I think personally that there is a structural shift changing in the market. There's a huge amount of Russian gas, which is now going to have to find its way from other energy carriers, of which LNG is seen as a huge part of that solution. And I think you're seeing a structural change in pricing in the market. And we definitely don't want enough.
Thank you very much, Daryl, for your input and for this comprehensive analysis and some of the gaps that you have identified. I would like to open up your presentation for comments and clarification from the members. Members, any questions of clarity from Daryl's presentation? I recognize Mr. Mkhize, followed by Mr. Gumede. And I will also ask questions as well. Mr. Kisa, you may go first. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks, Mr. Hunt. Daryl, I appreciate the issues that you have raised in your presentation, but on the other hand, I would appreciate that you, even more if you bring forth your suggestions, because you will appreciate that in the energy sector, there are ups and downs, and it could be just that other issues coming out, how the geopolitics affect the oil and gas sector in general. So I would just love you to hear from you how then how best then do you propose that the issue of the volatility of the price be addressed in this instance? And your view in particular, when it comes to the capacity, the issue that you have raised even in the beginning, to say that it would be better if you have a facility that will then be able to accommodate in the other view, in other words, not necessarily our view, but that you have a facility that will accommodate other players in terms of open access or third-party access. So it's just to say what should be done to address that kind of challenge. Yes, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumede.
Thank you, Chairperson. Daryl, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Much appreciated. It unfortunately, I guess, summed up my concerns today. But the issue that I'm seeing is that, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that although you may have emphasized the pressing concerns, but you seem to have, your presentation for me seems to come up with 3 key concerns. The first one is the pricing concern, of course, pricing spot versus temp prices. Secondly, it's the issue of approvals, because you clearly indicated all of these approvals that need to be gone through by anybody who's participating in this program. So it's concerns. I'm not sure whether you're raising them as concerns or you're just highlighting the fact that there are many approvals that need, and in there you did not even include environmental and EIA type of things. The third concern that I'm seeing is the structural concerns. That, for instance, as we are saying, the likelihood of markets or whatever being sterilized. So if you can confirm that, those are the 3 for me that are picked up. However, what I was seeing missing thereon, it's for me, it's solutions, both in the short term, but I'm sure you have solutions. And what would you propose on all those 3 concerns, if I've actually got you correct? What would you propose as being possible short-term solutions and also medium to long-term solutions? So that is actually the question, the link question. But I also had direct questions to you also that says, should these RMIPP contracts, these PPAs, be bundled with the fuel supply? Should we not be looking at these things either separately, or if they are going to be bundled, therefore the Section 34 process, actually, if the approval is sought, that the approval will then incorporate all these other licenses as well in respect of gas. But I guess the question I'm asking, in your mind, should these projects be bundled, or should we look at gas separately? And even in this particular case, that says, should we not be looking at the Karpowership gas to power projects concluded, put to bed, PPA signed, but have a separate agreement which is separate to that, or should they be bundled? The last question: the issue, in your opinion, do all of these approvals, I'm not talking about EIA, just the ones you basically highlighted, are they, in your opinion, putting a risk to the conclusion or to Karpowership being able to reach financial close before the actual due date? And if so, what do you suggest we do?
Thank you, Mr. Kumede, for your questions. Daryl, you still have to take more questions, unfortunately. The first one, and I raised this question earlier to one of the presenters, and I'm glad that you picked that up, because the way that I've put that sterilization challenge, potential sterilization challenge, I had said that what will happen to future investments in gas infrastructure in South Africa for the development of the gas industry if nothing happens? We don't know any other developments in the port sector. If this particular project will be utilizing one berth, and I'm not sure what is the situation in other in the other ports. So if it's going to utilize that one berth, and if you look at the size, because the sizing of the FSRU is very important, especially if you're also looking at the future investments in gas infrastructure. If at this point in time the country does not take a position of saying, let us build a fixed LNG regasification terminal, if it doesn't take that option, obviously that one, it has a whole lot of other issues to concern, as you will know, because for fixed terminal, you need the critical mass. And you can't therefore say on a 200 megawatts, a country can build a fixed LNG terminal. That cannot be. And the policy commitments and indications are very important to allow for huge capital investments such as the fixed terminal. Right now, you wouldn't have that. Now, for the FSRU that is there, and looking at the capacity of it, the sizing of the FSRU, without any potential of expanding the FSRU, adding more tanks and all of those other things, and not creating the space for interconnection or maybe expansions or the markets reacting to say that we might actually want the FSRU to be expanded and things like that. So with the size of this project and the fact that there are limitations in the area of operation such that it will utilize that one berth, will that not deter future investments? And therefore, then the country and other industries then get affected. So I just want to understand that because it is a point that we have touched on. And then the second thing, coming to the TPA, the third-party access. The third-party access is not mandatory when it comes to the distribution pipeline. It is mandatory when it comes to transmission. It is mandatory when it comes to storage. So I think you need to draw that distinction. I heard you saying in terms of the Gas Act, it is not. It is not mandatory only in respect of the distribution pipeline. But when it comes to storage and transmission, it is mandatory. And I must also check also with regasification for enabling the market. So we need to get that one straight and then tie it up also with the upcoming legislation, the gas amendment bill that is in place, because it will have to be applicable, and there's a whole section that is added by the department there on this kind of infrastructure. So that is important, but it's not only important just for the sake of just allowing third-party access for issues of regulating for efficiency, because if this project, even the cost of investment are quite high, we want to see efficient investments. If they're quite high and would like to also facilitate further investments for efficiency and competition, how do we achieve that as the regulator? Yeah, so we would like to also see if this is going to then close the market, foreclose the market, and create those regional monopolies in the ports, and in that way impede any future sort of activity in terms of the trading of gas, facilitating the development of the gas industry through the port's activities. So I would like to just get that understanding from you, if you could respond to this. Yeah. Now, coming to the issue of prices, I would like to understand what will be. I think there was a preference that was indicated to say that the JKM is the one that will be preferred, and actually in terms of the sources, it's in the public domain, it's in the methodology. Platts will be actually used as a reference source for the JKM. I think that was clarified long before the finalization of the procurement process by the participants. Were quite aware of that. So the only thing there is that from the graph that you have shown and given the questions that we've asked is the volatility and how the South African market can then be protected from that volatility. And you are quite right. This is unprecedented and is caused by a number of things. So if you can hear your views on those. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. How many minutes do I have to respond? I think maybe, let me say at the headline level, I don't think what Karpower is trying to achieve or do is wrong. They have responded to an RFP, which was put together by the IPP office on the premise of an emergency power generation, technology agnostic, but it was done in the absence of a gas master plan. It was done in the absence of an explicit gas policy. And it was done on the premise that there wouldn't be any consequence or any impact on any future gas to power program or gas importation project. It doesn't even have to be for power generation. The point is that what's happening now is we're trying to make the future a subset of this risk mitigation program, when in fact a gas procurement program should actually have the emergency or not as a subset of it, because otherwise you're going to have you're going to put the cart before the horse. So if you ask me, you know, and I'm referring here to Mr. Gumedi about, you know, what would my solutions be? I think, frankly, we've got to, and I've got to be cautious with the words, we've got a flawed procurement process. Karpower is only responding to the RFP that was put to market. The unintended consequence of that is that we're grappling with all these issues that we could not have foreseen at the time, because we were trying to do a procurement program for all technologies. And an LNG import program is very, very specific. It has worked successfully for Karpower in other countries, and please, they can correct me if I'm incorrect here, but the emphasis has been on small power generation opportunities where there's been little or no gas markets existing or aspired in future. South Africa is different. We're standing on the edge of a coal cliff. We have enormous aspirations for renewables. We are going to need a lot of gas-fired power generation. We're going to need a lot of gas for our existing gas customers in Gauteng and in Mpumalanga and KZN. So to put a risk mitigation program as the conduit through which you unleash your gas strategy and your gas policy, I think is flawed because of the non-provisions for third-party access. And I'll clarify on that, Chair, I'll give it just a clarification on that. And also because we've used it in the context of benchmarking of prices, which we did across all energy carriers. So we used the maximum refining gate cost for LPG, we used HFO prices because we thought it was the right way to do it for LNG as well. On the third-party access, the regulations very clearly state that storage, which comprises a regasification facility, is excluded from third-party access. That's also in NERSA documentation. So when I make that comment, I agree. I'm not making it with reference to gas storage, and I'm not making it with reference to gas transmission. My apologies, just one moment. But I'm making it with reference to storage, which comprises a regas facility. So that's explicitly stated in the regulations. I can't remember which regulation it is now. So because that is there, because we're dealing with the procurement wages, we are grappling with all these issues. You know, what other approvals? If NERSA doesn't grant these licenses now, I don't see how Karpower will get to financial close, and that was the answer earlier as well. But I'm even asking, what about the LNG registration? That's not particularly difficult, but it's got an administrative process associated with it, timelines for public comment. I haven't seen any registration application yet from this project. So you won't even be able to put that tick in the box if we were to be lenient and approve all of these other applications. And again, that's unless I haven't seen it and it's not in the public domain yet, but it's certainly not on the NERSA website that I could have seen. So we really are struggling here, and the whole concept of benchmarking LNG imports to a spot index when what is in effect a 20-year procurement is always going to be flawed. And when we were developing the methodology, JKM spot prices were sitting around $2, $2.50, and we thought, this is it. This is the answer. This is the marginal molecule, and this will be cheap gas, and it will be to the benefit of South Africa. That only counted for as long as we had a structurally long market. I believe it's structurally short now, and it's going to remain so for a good couple of years to come, if not 5 or 10 or 15. And why would you procure on a spot basis for a 20-year contract? Pakistan's trying it, Bangladesh is trying it, and they're coming short. They can't even, at $35, they still have cargo diversions happening. So it really speaks to the heart and soul of the procurement rules which we've decided upon, and which Karpower, all they've done is they've honored it, but we've created, in my opinion, again, I hesitate, but it's almost a flawed procurement, because we've chosen to be technology agnostic when gas to power is a very complex matter. It can be solved. When I say it's complex, it doesn't mean it's unsolvable, but you have to understand the various links in the chain, the risk allocation in the chain, and there are numerous links in the chain, from liquefaction, shipping, regas, piping, power generation, transmission of electricity. So it's a complex chain. And I think we've oversimplified it under the banner of risk mitigation and saying, we don't worry about solving the links of the chain, just give us your cheapest electron on the buzz bar. And the truth be said, if we had to convert the R1.50 a kilowatt hour, which is roughly the ballpark price, which was at $2, I have no idea what that number is now, 35. But I'm sure it's more expensive than a diesel-fired megawatt at the moment. So we have a flawed procurement, and I don't think the questions that you've asked me actually have an answer, because I think I hate to say this, but we might have to go back to the drawing board and see, is there a way in which we can actually move this program or process of LNG to power and LNG import per se, unbundled, to answer Mr. Gomedi's question. How do we take what we have from this risk mitigation and copy paste it into a technology-specific importation? And it can be unbundled. You can do LNG and terminal on one hand and power on the other. And I think allow Karpower to participate under similar terms. I mean, they have spent tens of millions of rands responding to the RFP documentation, if not even hundreds. I mean, the amount of money that is spent to get to this point is enormous. So, yeah, I'm not diving into the specifics of any one person's question. I'm more making an overarching comment which tries to address the detail and the challenges we confronted with. And for sure, the FSRUs in place, certainly at Saldanha and at Richards Bay, would I think fall short of the potential market aspiration based on the current configuration. And that's not a mistake of Karpower. They just wanted to get the most competitive FSRU in the bay for winning the risk mitigation program. So I think if I say something more, I might start becoming to repeat myself. I've got the notes of the questions down here, and maybe I can separately put that in writing and get it back to the members.
Thank you very much for that offer, and we accept it. Please submit it in the next 7 days. We'll appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm going to disconnect. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm told we've got another presenter. I must have missed the next presenter. So my computer is frozen. We've got the next presenter. I'm trying to see the name. All right, it's Maritime Business Chamber, and I've got the name of Unati Sonti. All right, thank you very much, Putunati. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Putu, are you tired today?
No.
Oh, I saw that hand was very slow. All right. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide before this panel today is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Please state your name and your designation at Maritime Business Chamber for the record.
My name is Unathi Sonti. I am the chairperson of the Maritime Business Chamber.
All right, thank you very much, Puti. You may start. The time is now 16:44. I'll count 16:45. Thanks, Puti. You've got your 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will put up a screen for a presentation. I may not go word by word of this presentation, but I will cover, the key and important aspects of it. Is the presentation visible to everyone?
Yes, it is. You may proceed, sir.
All right. I will remove my camera, switch off my camera just to save the bandwidth as well, so that I may allow ease of the presentation. As stated, my name is Unathi Sonti. I'm the chairperson of the Maritime Business Chamber. The Maritime Business Chamber is coming today in this public hearing as part of its initial, endorsement of the Karpowership project. Let it be also known, that as we all understand that South Africa is facing a serious challenge as we look at South Africa's, electricity infrastructure that has been degrading for the past decade. If we look at the challenge in terms of the numbers, the hours that we have lost of about 1,130 in terms of, with the power cuts, that was in 2021. You ask yourself, in terms of those that had pledged their support, in terms of investing in the country yesterday in the South African Investment Conference, aren't they going to be affected, or aren't those investments going to be affected by the challenge that we have as this country? Who we are as the Maritime Business Chamber. The Maritime Business Chamber, we are an NPC representing, small businesses, with the aim to address the imbalances and opportunities within the South African maritime industry. As stated, representing interest of all local businesses currently participating or wishing to participate in the sector. The chamber itself has positioned itself around, the country's national program, your NTP, your Operation Pakistan, your comprehensive maritime transport policy, and the chamber plans to close the gaps and populate opportunities that need to be created for SMMEs within the maritime industry. Most importantly, the Maritime Business Chamber is determined to align itself with the maritime global commitments. I won't dwell much on our vision and mission. What I would like you to leave with today is to understand these keywords. The chamber is all about developing inclusive, progressive, and transformative. Our motto, which is very key, is that maritime for us all, which is why we believe participation in the Karpowership project is very key for small businesses. As a chamber, we as part of our sector focuses, or what we call our cluster of operations, we've got enablers and sector of focuses, and those that talk to a number of things with the enablers, which I won't go and I won't dwell much onto them, and also the sector of focuses, which are stated there, which include shipping, transport, and what is very key, that is aligned to what we are discussing today, the issues of offshore energy and mining. The Maritime Business Chamber, as the vanguard of the maritime industry, with a clear focus on the inclusion of SMMEs and previously disadvantaged people in the sector opportunities. We all know that we have publicly endorsed the Karpowership project for the Port of Ngqura. Our perspective as the Maritime Business Chamber is that bolstering the maritime economy is critical priority for the province of the Eastern Cape, and including all the other 3 provinces where the projects will be taking place. While global maritime trade is worth about $14 trillion, it is highly understood that our continent has the potential to becoming a maritime hub. I wish I would have had time to deal with those opportunities that can lead to us as the African continent becoming a maritime hub, including the energy opportunities that we are engaging about today. Powerships have proven, to contribute to the ports and wider maritime environments in which they are based. Our case in point here is Ghana. The country's robust and innovative energy plans have allowed it to make room for natural gas in its energy mix and make significant steps towards meeting the electricity demands Ghana's population and the industry. The Powerships have contributed, have proven to contribute into the ports and the wider communities that it is participating in. The Powerships already works successfully in countries worldwide. And I think those were highlighted by Mr. Mahet when he was doing his presentation, and including a number of African countries. We believe the presence of Powerships will ensure our people and businesses are positioned to leverage the emerging opportunities in maritime, power, transport, and new gas industries in South Africa. The delivery of Karpowership's 3 projects will see an important step, change, not just in our ability to deliver energy security to an economy in dire straits. It is also critical, boosts as we work towards a more inclusive maritime economy that unlocks opportunities for Black empowerment and access to commercial maritime ventures. We have previously seen a number of investments and announcements that have been made worth billions of rands, attracted to maritime opportunities. However, we have been unable to see them benefiting emerging businesses and in particular Black-owned businesses. As the vanguard of, the maritime industry, we are obliged to hold large communities and businesses to drive economic change. Karpowership, South Africa, have also committed to investing in local communities and in businesses for economic change. However, this needs to register to all that this cannot be the case should the power company be denied the opportunity to function in the respective ports that they have proposed to operate from. Our communities are in desperate need for large, impactful investments that can facilitate local enterprise development and much needed energy security. Opportunities of this magnitude can ensure our people and businesses are positioned properly to leverage emerging opportunities across multiple sectors. We have managed to observe and participate in various engagements with Karpowership that have provided all local stakeholders with the opportunity to have a voice in the process. The Gqeberha community is ready to welcome Powerships in our community and in our country's energy mix. It is also important for us to understand the role of gas in our country's energy mix. The Department of Minerals, Resource and Energy's Integrated Resource Plan has specifically allocated about 3,000 megawatts of natural gas in its plan. This is an energy master plan that was developed by industry experts. So surely they know what they envisaged for the country's energy roadmap. Significant strides are being made, to ensure gas assists us in meeting our energy needs. DMRE has already made calls for more work in pursuing investment opportunities in the Kucha Special Economic Zone, in which we will be the first site for the first LNG import terminal. It should be clearly understood that this site will lay the foundation for new gas to power plants. A number of institutions and businesses believe in the role gas can play in supporting electricity generation, And we need to understand that gas is a key player in our roadmap to a just transition. Natural gas is a vital ingredient in helping South Africa to solve its load shedding crisis, at the same time as being recognized as the bedrock to enable a greater proportion of renewable energy to be inserted in the energy mix. A multi-hub approach with floating storage, regasification units in areas such as the Richards Bay, Kucha, and Saldanha Bay has the opportunity to expand the LNG gas market and assist in developing the economy to provide power to energy-reliant industries. Our country has world-class infrastructure that has the capacity to host key gas-to-power projects with spin-offs from other sectors. Being big energy companies such as Karpowership, which has extensive experience and success in sourcing power for in-demand countries, is clearly interested in working with our government and, most importantly, local businesses and communities where they will be operating from. LNG has the potential to assist our government in its energy plans and programs. It is also a complementary energy source that can be used alongside renewable energy. Dear speakers and attendees, you have heard my plea and case for why Karpowership needs to get these licenses. The question now is, are we going to be enemies of progress and deny them the opportunity to contribute to our energy projects? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sondi, for your presentation. I'm going to then allow my colleagues, if you have a piece of paper there and a pen, so that you can take down the questions from the members. I just want to then give them the opportunity to pose questions. Just to say that I did not sign up to that memo about the community of Gqeberha that they want Karpowership. I just want to declare that. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Gumede, Mr. Mkhize, Ms. Sithole, any questions?
Chair, there's nothing from me. We engaged with Mr. Sonti previously, so no, I have no questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mkhize, any questions from your side before I go to Ms. Sithole?
Chairperson, I'm covered. By and large, it's the issues that we have also interacted thereon previously, so I'm covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sithole?
Same here, Chair. I'm covered. Thank you.
All right. Then you are left with me, unfortunately, Mr. Sondi. Given and I would like to check this question with you, in the light of previous feasibility work and the time when there was some work done in the different ports that will be prioritized for LNG projects. In Kucha, do we have only one zone for the LNG projects? In your understanding, I think there was zone on the feasibility work and some additional work that was done. There was zone 10 and zone 14, the way that they were earmarked for any LNG gas infrastructure project in Kucha. What is your understanding of that in view of the fact that there is a concern that if this project is allowed, it will impede future investments, as there cannot be two projects that coexist, maybe from a viewpoint of viability and other factors, and also the fact that it was indicated that there's only one berth that will then be utilized only by the company that might get the license, and therefore close for any other that may come into the market. And that means that it closes on entry. It's an entry deterrent, closes on investment, and it captures the market that is locked into that particular activity. And if you look at the size of the capacity now, and that's not the size that will be aligned to the future developments that we would want to see in the country, in these ports. What is your view on that? I think that's the essence of this long-winded question, that is tied up to those specific issues I would like you to allude to.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Understanding the KUHA's plans towards LNG, you would note, yes, correctly, there were those two zones that were earmarked, and I understand that KUHA is currently also updating their participation. You would note that KUHA has recently made a big announcement with the ammonia project, with the hydro and gas announcement that they have made. So that tells you there are a lot of opportunities that are still to take place within the KUHA SEZ with regards to LNG. And I think having a Karpowership, because understanding there's also another gas to energy project within that same pot, which is with Umlilo Total. So obviously that highlights to you as to say there won't be any of closing of the markets by one player in that space. In the understanding with regards to the port itself, I think in the past weeks, with the last engagement with the port in the PCCs, the ports had made it clear as to say they are currently also updating their plans in terms of how do they accommodate one KPSA, but also accommodate other future players within the space. So that will then give you an idea that in future, others that would want to place their FSRUs or would like to play within the space, I think they would still have an opportunity. And I know between TNPA and KUHA and what's this Central Energy Fund, there are also engagements that are currently taking place in that regard. And because I don't think I've been given mandate to talk about those plans that they have, I think it opens up the opportunities that we still have to see in the Algoa Bay.
So does it mean that in KUHA, given those two zones, if that assessment, feasibility assessment is still relevant, does it mean that two operations, whether one is the fixed terminal, the other is the FSRU, could they coexist in your view?
Yes, definitely, yes.
Okay, we're looking forward to some of those plans that are being updated and any other document that you may want to share with us on this aspect, because it is a concern to us if there's a potential of a market structure that is likely to present uncompetitive outcomes and inefficiencies in as much as we would like to facilitate these investments. And we always say that the opportunity is at the time of licensing to deal with any structural concerns, because once that has been done, it will be very difficult to undo it. So we would appreciate any other relevant information that may assist the energy regulator in coming to the right decision.
Definitely, Madam Chair, we would do that. I saw in the participants, I think in the observers, we had Mrs. Ntlem from the Port Regulator's Office as well. So we would obviously engage with them because they would definitely have more power than us to get those updated plans from the port as well, so that they can be submitted to yourselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We thank you for your time and for sharing your views. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, thank you for your time. It seems I've just muted myself. We thank you all the presenters that have shared their views and have taken the time to attend this public hearing today. And we extend our gratitude and appreciation to them for assisting the energy regulator with all of the issues that they have raised that will assist us in conducting an independent evaluation of the various applications that we have received in respect of the 3 ports. We will apply our mind, and we do also take into consideration all of the concerns raised by stakeholders, and some of which have not presented, but some of the concerns were raised through the chat. And please take comfort from the fact that the NERSA team will obviously take some of those comments that you have made on the chat to analyze them and bring them to the attention of the regulator members that are supposed to take the decision. And we want to also assure you that we will follow a due process, we'll follow a fair process, and will give everyone sufficient opportunity to make comments and input before we take a decision. And if there's any other critical issues that we need to address as the energy regulator, we will do so before we take the final decision on this matter. And stakeholders will be informed duly if there is any information that we need to inform them, and invite any other additional input if then there's input that we still need or require before we take a final decision. I would like to also thank the observers who have taken the time as well to observe these proceedings today and ensure that there was transparency and independency in the questioning and the line of probing by the regulator members in understanding the issues that are involved in these applications, and thank them for not disrupting the proceedings of today. Thank you all. We have come to the end of this public hearing. If there's any other information that we need to communicate to stakeholders, we will do so in a separate process. I would like to thank the members and the NERSA team as well. And the hearing is now adjourned. Have a good weekend further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to all
members, members of the public, stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.